enter the car, cause open my eyes out, make her they see ya. Make her face my flaws, make her bad, they no use me just wrong. Make butter no stay my clothes. Oh my advantage every time I call, cause the only guy with this that's my cause. Take my whole thing as I run my run. Me I don't drink for that time I love. Oh my advantage every time I call, cause the only guy with this that's.
Who's ready? I like this, I like this. I say I like this, I like this. Watch out! Give me the I want to go there. Give me the I want to go there. Give me the I want to go there. Hey. Watch out! Listen! Weekend, you are trending again. Weekend, you are trending again. Weekend, you are trending again. Trending again. Trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Alternate, you are trending again. Trending again. Trending again. Say. Somebody watch the mix. Watch the mix. 1, 2, 3, go!
I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything will be alright. And if anybody try you, don't be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Now me be your friend. I want anybody my shoulder. I don't give some for you. You know no son, but everything I
tell me that, they say my bitch, say she a bad. Anytime I knock it out. Rubber band, no rubber band. Every time I put down, she show me that. If I know love, she got my back. But do you cool? I'm happy that. But do you cool? Anything I do for my soul. Anything I do when you talk, I go through. Me, I do this, me, another get for my bitch. Loving you, my ritual. Anything I do is for my soul. Anything I do when you talk, I go through.
One time.
Me, I do this, me, another get for my bitch. I do. But we go trouble that time. Give their babies a dollar. Trouble that never got. Trouble that time. Give their babies a dollar. Trouble that never got. If you can't look at me, and I want to look at you. Tight in a white man. Tight in a white man. If you can't look at me, and I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a white man. Keep it tight in a white man.
Hey, yo, my voice is a little outy right now. But as I say, the show must go on.
Hit me right now.
I'm going to receive that shit real quick. Before I receive it, let me take you to South Africa real quick. It's time to Pretoria, Joburg.
We don't need no visas tonight.
We ain't need no visas tonight. Here we go. Who's ready?
Electricity, vibes on a frequency, till infinity, steady on a different beat. Life is not that deep, it's all about the energy, the mentality. Now you make it my body, nobody go sign.
tonight? Aye, we ain't playing Polly Bet tonight. Sound.
processes. He has also been a two-time judge for the CyberSafe Foundation Cyber Girls Fellowship and Pipe Ops Hackathon. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Ewere Diawoya?
Make some noise, everybody. Woo! Till he reaches the stage, oh.
Please,
keep clapping,
noise,
keep clapping.
Don't stop.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hello? Okay. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much for that introduction. It's nice to be here again. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Everyone is looking wonderful here. Okay. Let me wait for the team. Slides. Can you get my slides, please? Okay. So we're going to be talking about GenAI today, and it's been an interesting. AI has been around for a long time. I think the first time I heard about AI was about 10 years ago, and it was a very theoretical concept where people practically train what they call models. And when you train a model, you deploy a model and it does something. But it wasn't very clear to a lot of people. And those who were doing that were usually not very popular or very applauded, because it was the value behind it wasn't very visible to a lot of us. I personally worked on a couple of projects in the past where I was privileged to do some part of an AI workflow where I was supposed to clean data. I had about some terabytes of data for the company I used to work for, and I needed to clean the data. So it involved a lot of processing using AWS services such as AWS Glue, S3, and all that to perform that cleaning of that data. I didn't train models, but being that I had that infrastructure background, I was tasked to clean those data, and it exposed me to a lot of experience and understanding about how AI works. Because one of the things I'll be talking about today is how data forms a major context of what drives AI and how it works for an enterprise. So I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. Okay, before then, let me just engage us before the slides come up. Okay, I'm going to talk a bit about myself, that they mentioned about it. So, yeah, I started my career in secondary school in 2003. I was in GSS 3 when I saw my first computer. And I had learned all the software in Windows 98 then. How many people know Windows 98 here? Okay, can count a few people in the crowd. Okay, so I used to use Windows 98. I learned Microsoft Word myself. I learned Excel myself. I had so much time. So I usually tell young people that your holidays are the greatest times you can learn a lot of things. So I used to sit on the computer and try to learn every single software I could learn on my own. After learning all the software, I got bored until my brother, who's also in tech also, is a developer, introduced me to Visual Basic, and here I am, over 20 years later. So, okay, I think we are up. Thank you. Let's go back to the beginning. Still blank. No. First slide, please. No. Okay. This is not the first. This is the first. No, this is another one before this one. This is the first. Okay. There's also one. Okay, I've seen. Okay. So, sorry, my topic is very long. Okay, so the AI first enterprise, what it is to win in the GenAI era. Okay, so I'm going to be talking a little bit about AI and also infuse it into real world and how not just how an enterprise can win, also an individual, you can also win in the AI space. So let's go to the next slide. So what does it mean to win? Because one of the keywords here is about winning. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so winning belongs to those who can predict, create, and drive the future, basically. So nobody knows what tomorrow counts or what tomorrow will be. But what is most important is being able to try to predict the future as much as possible. I'm sure 30 years ago or 40 years ago, no one knew there were going to be smartphones. No one knew the internet was going to explode the way it did. But some people put their efforts to ground and try to make this to work and try to put in the effort to get this done. And that's why I'm saying that one of the ways to predict the future is to actually predict it and try to create it as much as possible. So 3 keywords here about winning. It's about predicting, creating, and driving the future. Okay, next slide. So I'm using 3 examples that we are familiar with about how people were able to predict and also drive the future. So Jeff Bezos predicted the future by starting Amazon. Amazon started sometime in 1998. I don't know if you've seen this picture of where Jeff Bezos sat with his computer, and there was this picture where he drew Amazon.com on a cardboard, and that was where he started his business. I mean, Amazon is one of the biggest. CEO Steve had the iPhone and was displaying it to the world and talked about this being the future of what smartphones would look like. It took a couple of years before the world could catch up. So that was him predicting the future, creating it, and also driving it. And then lastly is Amazon predicted the future with the cloud, starting with AWS. So Amazon Web Services was also one of the greatest innovations of the world. Cloud computing papers date back as much as the late 90s or early 90s. But the real implementation of the cloud started when AWS launched AWS. Amazon launched AWS with Amazon SQS. SQS was the first service in AWS. A lot of people think it's EC2, but it's SQS. I've been in situations where we ask quiz and people say EC2, but it's actually SQS and not EC2. Okay, so these are certain guidelines we can drive by in terms of understanding what it means to predict and to create that future. Okay, go to the next slide. So a little bit more about me, brief introduction. Some of them we already know, and let's go to the next slide. Okay, now let's go straight to the meat of the matter. Now, what is GenAI? First of all, before I talk about GenAI, what is artificial intelligence? In my basic definition, okay, I don't like using popular definition for things because they can be too technical and difficult and complex to understand. AI, the difference between artificial intelligence and the computer you use now is knowledge and prediction and understanding. These 3 things make up artificial intelligence. Now, the reason it's called intelligence is because you have to tell it. So it's like when a baby is born, you practically have to train that child. You have to teach that child. You don't even have to teach the child. Sometimes the child learns on its own. So there are 2 ways of learning. There's implied and direct learning. Now, the reason it's called artificial intelligence is the way you train a child, same way you're going to train the computer. You give the computer a couple of information, a set of data. And after giving it that set of data, you expect it to give you certain results. So prior to now, we used to say computers were garbage in, garbage out. That's like what we always say. Now, AI is a bit of garbage in and garbage out with a little twist. And what's the twist? When you type a document in Microsoft Word, whatever you save, when you come back tomorrow to open that document, you're going to see exactly the same thing. True or false? That's exactly how computers work. But in AI, it's not just what you store that you get back. You get it with a little extra. So it's able to think, in quote, very controversial word, but it's able to think and give you results better than what you give it because of the intelligence and some mathematical equations that go behind it. So since we understand the basics of what artificial intelligence is, AI has different aspects, okay? We're not going to go into definitions and the broad definitions, but today we're focusing on generative AI. Now, what generative AI? It's a branch of AI that creates new content. Very simple. Gen AI is a branch of AI that creates new content. I talked about AI having different branches. Now, before generative AI, the most popular branch of AI we had was classification and recommendation. So for those of us who are movie lovers who watch Netflix or shop on or Amazon, okay, you notice that when you are purchasing one item, they tend to want to recommend either related movie or related item to you. True or false? Exactly. So that has always been there. Those are recommendation systems. They are also artificial intelligence. Okay? It's not guesswork. They understand how you navigate the website, understand the kind of items you frequently visit, items you frequently add to cart, even if you may not purchase them. And they use that to predict the next item you should get. Okay, so that is also artificial intelligence, but it is not generative. What does that mean? It does what we call classification. It classifies based on the data it has collected and understood and gives you results based on that. But when it comes to generative AI, this time we collect data, we understand the data, and we can create new data from it. And this is where everything has changed for the past 2 years. Okay, go on. Next slide. Okay. Now, at the core of generative AI is data. You remember I talked about data initially. So data is the core of everything. Just like when a child is born, okay, I'm going back to the child example because that's like the simplest way to understand artificial intelligence. It is the kind of information that child is exposed to, whether it is implied or direct, that will determine what the child will know when they grow up. It's as simple as that. That's the same way artificial intelligence works. It's the kind of data you expose your artificial intelligence, what we call model, to. The model is like an abstraction that holds all the information you have given it. Sometimes I call a model a database. Okay? Why do I call it a database? Because models hold a lot of information. They actually know something. So if you run a model in your machine, you will understand what I'm saying very well. It's a file. A model is just a file. And then you ask it questions, it's able to respond to you. The reason it can respond is because it has some information in its head. Very similar to your Microsoft Word file. But the difference between this and a Microsoft Word file is your Microsoft Word file is a garbage in, garbage out file. If you type John is a boy in Microsoft Word and you find Tolu is a girl, you're not going to find it. But in artificial intelligence, when you tell it John is a boy, it has what we call context, which I'll speak about next. And it's able to respond to you based on that information you have given it. So it's able to work with the data it has, understand context, and give you response and results based on that. So AI is only as good as the data it is built on. Now, this has two sides of the coin. If you train your AI with bad data, you get bad results. If you train it with good data, you get good results. So before I started speaking, I talked about my experience with cleaning data, cleaning data. One of the major challenges I had then was something we called cardinality and normalization. What's normalization? Now, you collect data from multiple sources, from the internet, from customers, from users, from bank transactions, and different sources. And each of these data has, say, a name. Johnson across board. In data format A, Johnson's gender is M. Data format B, Johnson's gender is male. And the truth is, if you want to perform any form of analysis on this type of data, you have to use one gender to understand both kind of information. So it means that if I have 300 million rows of M, what's going to do? Okay. If I have 300 million rows of M here, I have to normalize it to be MM or male. And it's very simple when you have 10 rows of data. But when you have 5 million rows, 100 million rows of data, it becomes more complex. So the way you train that data goes a very long way. The data you have goes a very long way. How clean is data? How optimal is that data? How maybe truthful is that data? This is part of why there's something in AI we call hallucination. Now, what's hallucination? Hallucination is when you give an AI model a request, and the kind of response you get is totally different from what you expect it to give you. Why? Number one, it is either that model was not trained with the appropriate data, or it doesn't have the right information. Okay, so there's absence and there's wrong data. So that's why the data involved is very key. It's very important. Sanity of the data, say truthfulness of the data, and all that. Okay. So let's go to the next point, which is also a major point that goes with the data you train it with. Now, when you have trained your model with that data, the next thing is, how do you make this model to give you results or responses that you are looking for? Now, these two concepts are the core challenges people have when using AI models. Now, in using tools like ChatGPT or Claude, I'm sure many of us have tried tools like that, you need to understand that apart from the data that they have been trained with, the way you ask questions determines how you get responses. And that leads me to something I call intent and context. Intent and context. Now, what is intent? Intent is the user's underlying goal or purpose behind a specific query or input. Now, you are asking a question or you are prompting, in quotes, we'll get into prompt variables, is that it continues to pull out irrelevant information. Okay? So the intent of your goal is very key. Let's assume you are trying to calculate simple interest or compound interest with ChatGPT, and you don't clearly describe what you are trying to do. The answers you will get are going to be off of what you are looking for or off what you are asking of. Or you're trying to write a research paper and you're trying to write about DNA, for example. Let me take a very basic example. And you just say, what is DNA? That's a very broad topic. It has a lot of deviations. You're obviously not going to talk about DNA, something specific inside. So the intent of what you're trying to get, your goal of your purpose is very key. It has the data. It has been trained with the data, but it has a vast amount of data that it understands. So the intent of your purpose is very key. The next is the context, which is actually more important than the intent. And what's context? Context is the information an LLM uses to understand and generate texts, external data that guides model responses. Now, the context around what you are trying to do is different from the intent. Intent is the goal, but it is the context that will lead you to your goal eventually. Now, this is where you spend more time, okay? Now, if your context too is also wrong and not clear, you are going to get terrible responses. I mean, this is where hallucination really, really happens, okay? There was a time I wanted to test out Llama. Llama is the model from Meta, okay? If you have WhatsApp, you should have Llama on your phone already. So, I mean, as long as you have WhatsApp, you already have AI. You can interact with any AI model. The most popular called Llama from Meta. And I told it to generate an image of a goosey soup for me. Trust me, you don't want to see the image generated. Okay, it was a very, very messy image. It didn't look like a goosey soup at all. And I laughed. And what did that tell me? That model has not been trained on anything a goosey soup. So it's going to spew out something. Even if it said it's a Nigerian soup and all that, but trust me, the image, I wish I had the picture, I would have displayed it here. Okay, so what am I trying to say? If that model doesn't have enough data and you don't supply it enough context, you're going to get hallucinations. What's hallucination? Hallucination is when a model tries to fake a result, when it tries to fake a response to give you an answer, which is one of the drawbacks of what Gen AI and large language models have. When they don't have information, instead of saying, you know what, I don't have this information, oh, I don't know what you are saying, it will use the data it has to try to create responses for you automatically. That is why it is really important to have proper context in asking questions so that you can get good responses. Now, in asking questions, how do you ask questions? How do you properly create good context? Or how does LLM models or AI models receive information? Let's go to the next part where we talk about inputs. Next slide, please. Okay, ways to provide context. So these are the three common ways to provide context to a large language model or to an AI model. I'm using them interchangeably. They are similar, though they are not the same. One of them is prompt chaining. Now, what is prompt chaining? If you want a model to solve a problem for you, you want to use AI to solve a problem, mostly for a large language models, because there are different kinds of models. But we are focused on Gen AI and large language models. You need to do something we call prompt chaining. Now, like I explained, Llama, ChatGPT, Claude. Let me talk about the ones we are familiar with, or you have stumbled on, or you have tried out some one way or the other, either playing with it or just saying, oh, this AI thing, let me even try it out. And you open up your WhatsApp and you try Llama. Prompt chaining is when you give your model a series of instructions to help taper it down to a specific result. Okay? That's how it works. It's like a human being. If I come to this location and I say, where is Victoria Island? Somebody can say, oh, Victoria Island is over there. I'm supposed to say, I'm coming to Federal Palace Hotel. Say, show me the way to Victoria Island. I'm coming from Yaba and I'm taking a bus to Yaba. You see the difference between two questions? I'm trying to come to Federal Palace Hotel, but the first person is saying I'm going to Victoria Island. The second person says, I'm coming to Federal Palace Hotel. I'm coming on a bus. I'm coming from Yaba, and I want to get there by 9. Show me the way to get there. Okay? So the second prompt will definitely get a better response than where is Victoria Island. Okay? So I can decide to also do a proper chaining. Proper chaining is take me to Federal Palace Hotel, and then it responds with, oh, Federal Palace Hotel is a hotel in Lagos, somewhere in Victoria Island. It's not going to show me the way. That's the truth. And then the next prompt, I say, I'm actually going there to attend an event called this name. How do I get there? And then he says, okay, the truth is that you're still confusing it because you are not precise. You can be coming from Ekpe, you can be coming from Abeokuta, you can be coming from Onitsha, anywhere. And then the next prompt, you say, I'm actually coming from Yaba and I'm taking a bus. You see the series of prompts you gave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Before you get to the 6th prompt, you see that it gives you a precise response of what you are looking for. That's what we call prompt chaining. So even if it's artificial intelligence, it's not that smart. Let me use that word. It's not as smart as you think it is, that you just edit everything it gives you. No. I talked about context, ways to provide context. I'm talking about prompt chaining. You need to ensure that your context is provided properly. And prompt chaining is a very good way. If you give the first prompt and you don't understand the response, you recalibrate because it has something we call memory. Now, what's the memory? The memory is how the model understands your previous prompts, brings them together, and gives you better response for every other prompts that come after it. So even if your first set of questions doesn't make any sense, the more you taper your prompts and your questions, the better responses you get. Okay? Don't know if that's clear. Okay, let's go to more technical options. One of them is called RAG. RAG is an acronym for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Now, what is RAG? RAG is a technical way of also giving a model more context. Now, because we are talking about how enterprises can win, I've talked about how individuals can win. Let's talk about enterprise. So for a business, you want to help your customers and also your staff to perform better using artificial intelligence. You're not just going to take the artificial intelligence model and dump on your business and everything works itself. It doesn't work that way. Like I said, context is everything. You need to provide context. How do you provide context? One of the methods is using RAG. Now, RAG is kind of very technical because you need to, in basic terms, what RAG does is that the data you have in your company, let me use the word, attach it to the model. The model reads that data and understands that data. So if you are asking, what is the leave policy in this company? The model will go through that document, all the documents you have, pinpoints where leave policy is explained, and gives you a summary of what that document says. That's the way RAG works. RAG is attaching documents or attaching files, be it video, text, image, audio, to an existing model to get better responses, providing it better context for questions and answers. Okay? Now, let me take an example of a customer service agent. I'm sure we are all familiar with this. You call the customer service of one of the telcos, I won't call anybody's name, and the person tells you, for this question you asked me, I don't know, I'll get back to you. I'm sure we're all used to that. Now, if RAG is implemented in things like this, when you are asking the question as a customer to the customer service agent, it can actually prompt the responses because most of these questions are either in documentation somewhere or a solution has been answered somewhere by another customer. So With implementation of RAG in this kind of scenario, it will make the customer service agent faster to respond to your queries because they have embedded this data, this information they have in the past, through an AI model that can give better responses. If you take away this data from the model on its own, it will have no context. You can go to Llama today or go to ChatGPT as we're here and type, what is the leave policy or leave policy of my company? Trust me, it's going to give you something that doesn't make any sense. Why? Because it has no context about what you are asking. Zero context. So context is key, and one of the ways of adding context is using RAG. Last but not the least is MCP, which is becoming very popular. It's called Model Context Protocol. MCP is a better layer abstraction than RAG. Now, the first time I tried to implement RAG was pretty complex and expensive. Why? RAG has some database requirements that you need to meet up to be able to use what we call vector databases. You need to implement RAG with vector databases and a lot of technicalities that go around it. So MCP was introduced by the team that created Claude. What does MCP do? MCP creates a standard protocol for models to communicate with tools, what they call tools, and then models. But most of the time, MCP communicates with tools. What is a tool? A tool is an existing software. For example, let me take a basic example. Say Jira, okay? Jira or Slack or any of these chat tools. You want to get a summary of all the communication that happened the previous day because you don't want to read through all the chat messages. Now, what MCP has done is that they've created a standard way where you can plug your Slack chat messages to an AI model and it can summarize that chat messages for you. Now, you cannot implement this easily with RAG because with RAG, you need to download the raw data and embed it with the model for it to work. But with MCP, you don't have to embed. You use what we call an API or an MCP protocol. It's very similar to an API, the way an API works. You integrate the existing Slack with the model, and the model is able to process the data and give you responses. Now, why MCP is very powerful is, number one, I mentioned ease of implementation. Number two, it integrates with existing tools. At the moment, there is MCP protocol for almost every common service you know about. I mean, AWS has a full MCP repository. You can check it out for almost every tool on AWS, from EKS to ECS to EC2 to S3 to Lambda, CloudFront, and all those other tools. What does this mean? It means that when you need to communicate with certain tools, you don't have to understand them as a whole. You just need to prompt what you want. Because there is an MCP communication between your model and the tool, it gives you responses. I want to create an EC2 instance. Create it for me with these specifications. It's going to create the instance for you. You don't have to log into the console, go to the console, type the instance name, instance type, not anymore. Immediately you plug your the MCP server of that tool to your model, it's just prompting. You don't have to click around or write a Terraform code to create anything. So MCP is being created by almost everybody. Terraform even has an MCP server. Almost every tool you can think about, SaaS tool, Notion, Slack, Jira, ClickUp, they are all creating MCP servers. Why? Because for an enterprise business that needs to create certain kind of systems, they need to be able to plug to these existing SaaS systems easily and get results quickly. And MCP protocol is leading the way in that. There's one last way of providing context that I did not mention, which is A2A. A2A means agents to agents, but that is a bit beyond what we are talking about. So I'll leave that aside, but let's focus on MCP for today. Okay, let's go. Next. Let's go. Okay, so last but not the least major concept we need to know about today is AI agents. Now, what's an AI agent? An AI agent is a system that can perceive its environment and act upon the environment autonomously. Okay. I gave example of the customer service agent. Now, let me replay that using an AI agent. You call the customer service, boom, boom, and then they pick the call. Hello, my name is from XYZ Telco. How may I be of assistance to you? Say, oh, I've been trying to buy airtime for the past 2 hours. I'm not able to buy the airtime. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm stranded. Okay, and I don't know what to do right now because I'm strand And then something responds, oh, it seems your line has been bad because you did this. It has been resolved. That's an AI agent. Now, let me go back to the traditional way this would have happened. Boom, boom. Hello, my name is Ewere from customer service of XYZ Telco. And then you respond. And then it says, okay, can you tell me your name? Tell me your phone number. When last did you recharge this number? And you give all those information. And they're like, okay, give me 2 seconds to verify your account. And they press that button. You start hearing that annoying music. And then you are waiting. And then you are waiting. And then the person comes back and says, oh, I'm sorry. When last did you say you recharged that number? I didn't hear you well. And like, oh, it was 2 weeks ago. Okay, can you give me date and time? And then you say, I'm coming back. And then you look at your phone. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. And then she comes back. I'm so sorry for taking your time. The problem now is that the system that I need to check this is actually down. So what's going to... So can we see the difference? Now, what's going on with the AI agents in the background? Number one, we talk about MCTP protocol. Now, with an AI agent, you can plug your tools to a model across the system. So the things that that person needs to do physically, check how much you have on your phone, check your last time of recharge, check all those information. The model or the agent will practically check all those things, get the information they need, fix the problem, and then tell you the problem is resolved. Now, there are multiple systems that make these things work. But if you put an AI model in between all the systems, getting the requests. So one of the ways you are actually prompting that model is your phone call, because you can actually convert voice to text. Okay. As you're making the call and you're talking, your voice is being converted to text. Passed to the model, the agent takes your request. Oh, this person has a problem recharging. Checks the recharge engine of the telco service. The recharge engine is working. Okay, we need to verify identity. What's this person's name? What's this person's phone number? We need the last recharge. Checks it. Okay, this was being person. The agent is, these are separate operations happening autonomously without the customer service agent activity. Just you prompting it to get those things done. That's an example of what an AI agent does. It does this based on what the information or the prompt, or I can use that word, stimuli, it gets from the external environment and works based on that. And one of the key things that is driving this or makes this possible is the MCP protocol. Back to that protocol, okay? It will make it easy or faster for you to integrate existing tools with your model to get responses like this. Let's go on. Next, please. Okay, so these are some examples. These are some real-life examples of what an AI agent can do for you. I mentioned customer support agent already, which is the second one. So the first one is staff onboarding and offboarding. I hate this part so much. So there's a company I used to work for in Spain, and when I joined the company, I spent 1 month onboarding, a full month. Why? Because apart from access you need to be granted, there were certain courses you needed to do. There were just a lot of things. And I needed to send an email to someone to give me access to this, send a message to someone to give me access to this. Now, if you have an AI agent that sits in between the systems, what it simply does is someone joins the company. That is actually a stimuli and a prompt. You create an email, it receives that email, says, okay, this person is a salesperson. The person will need access to HubSpot. The person will need access to Jira. The person will need access to. It starts giving those access and sending those emails on your behalf. And welcomes the person automatically. Back to the MCP protocol, back to the AI agents. That model is connecting to existing tools in your business, taking actions on your behalf based on the prompt it has received. Okay? I've talked about customer service, order processing agent. Now, I've never run an e-commerce business, but in my head, what happens in an e-commerce business is a customer orders an item. They get it in their back office or back end, whatever name you want to call it. And then that order is sent over to the team to process that order. They package the order and they call the dispatch to deliver that dispatch. Now, all those steps can also be automated using an AI agent. Now, the truth is,
Many of these automations already exist. Just get it right. But the difference is because of the human nature of not asking one thing the same way all the time, you need something that can understand context, understand things better, and respond based on it. So if 10 people are asking a question on Google, they are not going to ask it the same way. Okay? But with an AI model, if 10 people ask that same question in different ways, it's able to pinpoint and understand and respond based on it. So you tend to not structure your questions so well, but it's still able to give you better results and also do better than you can do. And like the agent I mentioned, automate these operations on your behalf and even give you responses based on that. So that's like the basis of everything here. Okay, let's move on. We're almost wrapping up. Agents of agents. This is where I'm scared. When they say AI will take over the world, this is where I get very scared. So imagine some of the examples I gave. Imagine what will happen to customer service people in the next 5 years. I'm sorry if you're in customer service here, no offense. Okay, so it means that if you're able to build an agent for every aspect of your business, it means that the business can actually run automated. Imagine your campaigns have an agent. Your reporting system has an agent. Your scheduling system has an agent. Your meetings have an agent. And you plug all these agents together. You're waking up by 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Because that your morning routine will be run by, say, 20 agents. Okay? So this is where the world is tending towards. Where I've built an agent, you build an agent, our agents communicate to create a seamless system. We have something similar. The difference, like I said, is the AI inside that is making everything crazy. If you're making an order for an item, many companies come into play. The company that is selling the item is one business. You pay to a security company, it's another business. Another company delivers the item to you, it's another business. So imagine each of these businesses is an AI agent interconnected. You practically will not need many of those things in between anymore, or the human interaction anymore, so much. So moving forward, the protocols and the methods of prompting that have been created are going to help enterprises to build more autonomous systems that will act based on stimuli. And stimuli are still us asking questions, making a call, sending an email, sending a Slack message, sending a WhatsApp message, making a WhatsApp call, making a video call. All these are stimuli. And they are all prompts. Prompt goes beyond opening ChatGPT and saying, who is the president of Nigeria? That's just basic prompting. As I'm talking, I'm actually prompting at the moment. Okay? Because when I was at re:Invent last year, for the first time, I saw real-time translation and transcription. Okay? When the speakers in re:Invent are giving their keynote speech, there is already a transcription on the screen at real time. That is prompting, and that's an AI model transcribing what is being said. Not a movie that they get people to transcribe. No, I'm talking about a real-time transcription. Okay, if I have like an Indian accent here, an accent you don't understand, you can actually read what I'm saying, because as I speak to the mic, there's a model that is receiving my speech, transcribing into written words, and write it in English. If you want it in another language, you get it in another language. I mean, AI is all around us already, but sometimes we don't see it as much as we think, but it is actually. So agents of agents is going to be huge, it's going to be big. Moving on. Okay, so some services in AWS, I have not mentioned all, I just picked a few of them that helps with or supports GenAI operations. I've listed them here. So I mentioned RAG, which is Retrieval Augmented Generation. For you to use RAG, you need some form of storage engine, and one of them is OpenSearch. Okay, OpenSearch is a NoSQL storage, but the core term in RAG is what we call vector and embedding. So for you to use a vector storage engine, OpenSearch is one of them. Another one of them there is Valkey, and then you have Bedrock, which is the ultimate when it comes to GenAI, because Bedrock is like a library, yeah, I can call it a library of GenAI models. Many of the popular GenAI models, Mistral, Gemma, Llama, GPT OSS was launched a couple of weeks ago, and all the popular models that you want to work with or you want to use for anything. Okay, and then you have the Agent Core, which is the service within Bedrock for building AI agents. I've talked about agents, so I believe we understand what AI is. And then Amazon SageMaker, which is where Amazon started all their AI journey. SageMaker has everything from training models to cleaning data to deploying the model to serving the model and all the life cycle of your MLOps and everything. Okay, moving on. Okay, as I conclude, data and context are key. Very important. How is data key? I talked about plugging existing systems in your business to a model. Now, if the documentation, whether you are a developer or a HR person, I don't care. If your documentation is terrible and you plug that terrible documentation to a model, you're going to get terrible results. So data is everything. Data is king. The better your data, the better your model. And then the context too. So you see, the data will also drive the context to a very large extent. Because if you plug that data in your business into a model and, like I said, it's not well written, the context is not clear, the model will, hallucinate to give you crappy results. Agents and more agents. I already talked about this. That is where a lot of things are moving to. Either as a single person or as an enterprise, you need to learn how to build agents. It's going to be very cool, very crucial, very important. Businesses will be seeking for people and also will be themselves building agents to solve certain repetitive tasks that can be easily automated using AI and what we call workflows. And then lastly, the question is not if you will adopt AI, but you will be the one of the winners. That's the question. Okay, thank you. Next slide.
That was a very insightful session. Thank you so much, Ewere. I hope we learned a lot from this session. I learned a lot myself, and I learned that in our AI-first driven environment, your artificial intelligence will not just be a strategy, it is the need for survival in your environment. And I'm so happy, and I'm kind of scared, agent of agents. Who was scared when he was talking about AI taking over your work? Who was scared? Who was scared? Yeah, please don't be scared. AI will not take over your work if you know how to work with AI. So it is a technology that has come to be, and we only need to innovate. So thank you so much, Sasa, for that insightful session. So we are going to be taking questions. When he was talking, he said a lot of things, and for people who are not very technical, there may be a lot of confusions or some questions you need to ask and get answers for. So I need to take your questions. We're taking questions from a couple of people. 1, 2. There'll be prizes, like if you the person with the most difficult question gets a prize. So we're taking a question from 1, 2, 3. Yes. 2. Okay, 2. All right. Can we take our hands up again? Okay. 1, 2. Question. Please bring the mic.
Yes, sir.
You can keep your hand.
My question is that you said we're going to attach our...
Your name.
My name is Kozim.
Okay.
I just want to ask that how do we attach our documentation to a particular model? That's my question.
Okay. Like I said, this is it's not a technical session, so that's a separate technical session. But I've showed you ways of doing it. So let me give you a very basic example, a non-technical example. So if you are reading Let's assume you are reading a document, a PDF file, okay, or a documentation, and you don't have time to read through the 200-page documentation. You can open ChatGPT. There's a place for attaching files in ChatGPT. You attach the file, ask the question you want to ask in the document in ChatGPT. It will read the document and give you a response. That's a simple one. Okay? You didn't get that? Okay. If you open ChatGPT, whether on mobile or on web, there's a place for attaching files. Attach the file you need answers on. There are some documents you want to read. Let's say documentation, and you don't have enough time. An API integration, you don't have enough time to read through everything. You can attach that document into ChatGPT and ask your question on there and send. It will read through the document, check what you are looking for, and give you a more direct. You can even tell it, give me in one line. It will give you in one line. You go through that document for you, read through 300 pages within microseconds that you would have done in hours and give you a quick response. But for more advanced ones, it requires more technicalities. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Did I answer your question now? Thank you very much. All right, you can bring the mic to her.
Thank you very much for that insightful session.
Thank you.
My name is Bilikis.
Okay.
And I run a school health program company.
Okay.
Where we ensure that children in Nigeria have access to structured health programs in their school. And I am here today because I see AI as a very important tool to scale our impact, whether it is automating reporting for schools or funders, or helping us to tailor health education sessions for different audiences. Okay. My question is, what opportunities exist for small impact-driven companies like mine for leveraging AWS AI tools at low cost, especially for scaling health education and advocacy campaigns in many underserved communities that we have?
Okay, I'm happy you talked about low cost. One of the things I also drive. In my blog, I write about low cost infrastructure on AWS a lot because I understand our environment. One thing you can get from AWS is AWS credits, okay? For a business that is not funded, when I mean not funded, there's no VC funding, like there's no external funding company like Y Combinator or any startup, you get at least $2,000 of credit to run. But if you are funded, you get $100,000 or even more, okay? That's first of all when it comes to costs, okay? Now, when it comes to application, you need to look for processes within your operations that technology can enable, okay? So let me give an example. I'm a blogger, okay? I write blog content every other day about AWS Cloud and DevOps. In the health sector, you still need to sensitize people and enlighten people. And sometimes you need to do research before you enlighten people. If you want to talk about hunger in the world or hunger in Nigeria, in Africa, you need to do some research. Let me shock you that you can actually build an agent that can do all that for you. Yes, the agent can do the research, compile the document, and present a draft for you. Yeah. So that's just one of the examples. So imagine what it takes for you to research some of this data, okay? You understand? You can use an agent that can plug to the internet, go to WHO websites, go to other websites that you need to extract this information from, Ministry of Education and all the places, and can tell it to draft an article or a blog post for you. I need to do all that and give you the draft. So you decide if you like it and if you want to publish it. That's just one example. But the goal is to look within your operations. Where can technology come in? How can I use AI to improve on this process or improve on this method of doing things in my business? I don't know if that makes sense. She has a follow-up question.
Yeah, you can meet her after the event or once he gets downstage, so
okay.
he can elaborate more. Thank you so much, sir. I learned a lot from your session. Even as somebody who is in tech, who is in the cloud, who uses AI every day, I learned a lot. Now, this one is on me. I want to ask one question. I want to know those who have been following up. So are you ready to answer questions? There will be gifts. There will be gifts. All right, so the first hand I'm going to see up, before you have time to go to ChatGPT to ask, the first hand that is going to be up, I want to ask, what is the one advantage? This is from the session. What is the number one advantage of using MCP? His hand. Someone is there. No, the one behind you. Yes, give him the mic, please.
In simple terms, using the MCP allows you to give tools to your AI models.
Is he right? You don't know. Is he right? Can you say that again?
MCP allows AI models to have tools to be able to perform tasks.
All right, okay. Let me just reframe it a bit. You can easily plug in other tools into your MCP server in your AI pipeline. All right, he got it. Thank you very much. Meet me after the event. All right, thank you very much. We are going over to the next session now, and we are going to be having a very, very wonderful panel session. And in this panel session, we are going to be talking about talent shifts, building a Gen AI ready workforce in Africa. And you know, India is the home of software engineering. If you go to YouTube today, you type anything on software and DevOps, before you see one Nigerian or one American video, you have seen thousands of videos from India. How many of you have this experience? So this is what this session is going to help us. How can Nigeria, how can Africa become a Gen AI workforce of the world? So that when companies want to build artificial intelligence program, the first place they think of is coming to Nigeria. Who is excited for this session? And in this session, we have 3 voices, 3 people who are experts, 3 people who are known in this industry to deliver the highest and the greatest value you ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call them one by one. And as I call them, as they step on the stage, I want us to show them love. I want us to show them that we are here to learn and to listen. So I'm going to be starting from the first panelist. We have Daniel Oloyede. And this is about him. David Oloyede, I'm sorry. So David is an accomplished cloud security consultant who specializes in securing public cloud environments and containerized workload with 11 professional certifications. That is a lot. And David has these certifications across AWS and Azure, including Azure Security Engineer and AWS Security Specialist credentials. He brings both depth and breadth of expertise to every engagement. Over the past decades, David has delivered cybersecurity consultancy design and implementation services to organizations of all sizes, ranging from startups to large enterprise and government agencies. As an educator with more than 6 years of training experience, he has authored 2 cloud computing courses for renowned cybersecurity platforms like Cybrary, helping organizations worldwide upskill in cloud security. David is also a creator of several internationally vulnerable automation templates designed for practicing cloud penetration testing techniques, a recognized thought leader. He frequently shares his insights at major industry events like this one, including Microsoft Future Decoded and European Information Security Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, if our hands are not this easy, can we give it up for Mr. David Oloyede? He's already in the building and he's coming. So as he's coming to the stage, let me introduce the second panelist. We are introducing Mr. Ukeme David Eseme. I can already see him. Ukeme David Eseme is a DevOps and cloud engineering specializing in blockchain infrastructure and cloud solutions. He has worked with leading organizations like Supra, Oracles, Neverminds, and AlphaPay, where he focused on building resilient systems, optimizing blockchain nodes operation, and managing large-scale infrastructure. He is the founder of NodeUp Syndicates, a community initiative for advancing knowledge in node operations and DevOps, and the creator of Tiny Pixel, a free online image, audio, and video optimization platform. He's passionate about innovation. Ukeme contributes to the tech ecosystem as an AWS community builder, and he has spoken at major industry events. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Mr. Ukeme David? Woo. We are not done. This is not the best we can do. Please continue clapping until he gets to stage. Woo! We are not done, please. Can we clap until he's seated? Until he's seated. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, you can sit. All right, so I'm going to be introducing the third panelist. We have Engineer Adigun Ibrahim. Yeah, Engineer Adigun Ibrahim is the current State Chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, Lagos chapter, where he's leading efforts to give young people the tools and opportunities they need to succeed in today's world. With background in engineering and technology, he's a registered member of both Koren. Koren is engineering, if you know what I just called, can we give it up for him? And the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He also serves as a senior special assistant to the ICT to the executive chairman of Odi Olowo Ojuwoye LCDA, a role where he uses technology to improve governance and community development. As the founder and CEO of Soft Degrees Technology, Tech Academy, he has trained and mentored many young Nigerians in software development, system analysis, digital marketing, and database administration, helping them build practical skills for the future. He's passionate about youth empowerment and digital innovation. Engineer Ibrahim is committed to preparing Africa's next generation for opportunities and challenges of the future workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Ibrahim. Thank you so much, sir. And now I'm going to be introducing somebody you already know that is going to moderate this session. He is my co-host and a very wonderful speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Osinachi Obara.
People should clap well for me. I'm also a speaker. Thank you, George. He's one of the mics. Okay. Okay, I don't know. Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if I'm too far. Let me just come this way. Okay. Yes, so we will be having our panel session now. My name is Osinachi Opara, and I will be anchoring this panel session. Right now, we will be having our first panelist, which is David Okeyede, joining us virtually. So I think I should move a little bit so that you guys can see him while he will be speaking. Should I move this way? Okay, I think this is the screen. Okay, I'm actually blocking him a lot. So let me just put it this way. This is this. All right. Okay, awesome. Can you guys see him? You can see clearly, right? Okay, thank you so much to our speakers for joining us for this session. In this session, the topic of this session is the talent shift, building a Gen AI ready workforce in Africa. Like Diogo mentioned, we are looking at a place where Africa can take the charge in leading Gen AI development and becoming an authority in the Gen AI space across the globe.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Nice. Okay, awesome. Thanks for confirming.
Okay, awesome. So we'll be asking you the first question, David. David, with your extensive experience in cloud security education, how should organizations approach training their workforce on the security implications of Gen AI implementations? What are the critical security skills that African professionals need to develop to safely deploy AI solutions?
Now, thanks very much for that, Osinachi. So, hi everyone. Nice to be here with all the other panelists. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it there in person, so I have to settle to join in virtually. So, very interesting question, Osinachi, around like security. Because security is a very interesting one, right? So, a lot of times people get very excited about different technologies and different solutions and what they can do, what they can create with different technologies. Sometimes we get so excited that we forget that there are also risks in adopting the technologies. And there are risks that actually could have significant implications if they are not handled sometimes very early in our adoption process. So when it comes to security and let's say the approach that organizations need to take in training their workforce, I'll say just keep at the back of your mind that the goals and objectives of security does not change, regardless of the technology that you're adopting. At the end of the day, security is about protecting an organization's digital access, its confidentiality, integrity, and availability of those assets. However, the risks and the context of those risks change. Gen AI brings emerging risks, emerging threats that we've not seen before. So we have real risks around, in our context, I would say around misinformation and disinformation, right? The risk of deep fake being used to impersonate people and commit fraud. So I work for a company called CrowdStrike. So one of the things that we do is every year we release what we call like a global threat report, where we track different adversaries. At the moment, we track about over 260 different adversaries across the world. And one of the key increases that we've seen, right, since around like when ChatGPT first came out, is the sharp rise in fraud that's powered by deepfake solutions. So where people are impersonating other people's voices, people are impersonating other people's images, and then using that to convince people that to take certain decisions in order to be able to gain unlawfully from that. So those are some of the key risks that we need to pay attention to. And I'll say that organizations, if they're not yet doing that, they need to start reviewing what their approval processes looks like. Right. So what's your process for approving certain sensitive decisions, like let's say financial transfers, or maybe if you want to give someone privileged access to certain information, or privileged access to certain or the valuable things, what's your process? You need to review that. I need to take into consideration this new set of risks that we are seeing around like deep fakes and misinformation and disinformation. The other part around that is around speed, right? Around speed. And I'll talk about that very, very quickly. So there are two sides to this. Gen AI is definitely making like attackers, adversaries, making them be more effective. They're able to create deepfake websites again that look very professional, which are essentially just fraudulent. But at the same time, as the good people, we can also leverage this to improve on our speed, right? How quickly are we able to detect if something is going wrong from a security perspective? So Gen AI is something that we can really leverage. So again, talking about like the global threat report that I referenced, at CrowdStrike, what we tracked, so last year we saw the lowest number in terms of the amount of time that it takes an attacker to get from initial access to moving laterally in an environment. And we recorded like a time of 48 seconds. So it just took an adversary 48 seconds to get initial access and then to move to lateral movement. That's really scary because not many organizations have that capability to detect issues within 48 seconds. So we need to also start thinking about how can we leverage this to improve our speed. So I'll pause there for now, but hopefully that's giving you some things to think about when it comes to security and education and skilling.
Yes, awesome. Those are what you mentioned. They are things that should really be considered, especially regarding the aspect of how quickly it has become for people to be hacked and for security considerations to be made. So along those lines, I would like to ask you another question, David. You've trained professionals globally through platforms like Cyber. What specific cybersecurity competencies, especially within the context of like Gen AI and how Gen AI has made security a much huger concern right now, what specific cybersecurity competencies do you see as most lacking in Nigeria's current workforce when it comes to Gen AI? And how can we scale up training to address these gaps regarding like new people and also like people that have been in the system for quite a while now?
Yeah, very interesting question again, Osinachi. So let me just start by saying I won't claim to speak for Africa or to speak for Nigeria, because I can only speak from my context and from my perspective. And my context, my perspective from a professional standpoint is mainly like the European like business environment. But I'm sure that there are certain lessons that are still applicable across continents, regardless. So like everyone else, developers, infrastructure engineers, DevOps engineers, everyone else is still trying to figure out like this Gen AI thing, right? And sometimes it feels as if we're trying to build a house or construct a house when there's flooding going on, because there's a lot of things like moving underneath our feet while we're trying to learn all these new technologies and understand what the risks are and puts them to good use. So that being said, there are frameworks that are starting to formulate around generative AI and cybersecurity. So for example, we have the OWASP Top 10 for LLM apps. So that was released in 2024. They've released the 2025 one. So that focuses on emerging threats like prompt injection or insecure output handling or training data poisoning. So like things like from like a more application stack perspective, right? And then we have like NIST's generative AI risk management profile, but that focuses more around like governance. So if like a business decision maker and you're interested in how can you put in proper policies in place across your organization and how you adopt Gen AI technologies, you may want to refer to like NIST, generative AI risk management profile. But from a purely practical perspective, right, here is my own experience that all the different frameworks that I mentioned, they are useful and they are good for educational purposes. And however, they are lacking in terms of practical use cases. Because again, a lot of them are just formulating based on theoretically what is possible. But in my own practice, in terms of what I see, in experience of dealing with various organizations, a lot of those are theoretical. And from a red teaming, from a pen testing perspective, generative AI powered systems, I'll say like a lot of like alignment with the risks have to focus on things like what I mentioned earlier. So things like prompt injections. So things like the ability to manipulate the systems and ability to manipulate the people that are using those systems. And I'll say if you want to focus on the practical perspective, those are the key areas to focus on. Leverage the frameworks for educational and theoretical knowledge. From a practical perspective, those are the things that we're seeing being exploited the most.
Yeah, awesome. So thank you for that, the insightful discussion. We will be moving to ask other panelists for some other questions. Nigeria has a young, growing population, but faces significant skills gaps in emerging technologies, especially Gen AI. How can we turn our demographic advantage into a Gen AI competitive advantage? And what are the biggest barriers we have to overcome? Anyone can answer.
Build the youth. Build the nation. Firstly, I want to thank you for having us here today. It's a privilege that we are here today, and you can see that from across the length and breadth of Lagos, we ensure that programs of this nature have the youth constituency in attendance. So, as the chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, being the Youth Council is like the umbrella body for the entire youth structures in Lagos. And we have different structures, the local level, we have state level, we focus on faith-based organizations, uniform-based organizations. And what we have come to discover before we came on board about a year ago is that there is need for us to actively engage our youth productively. And whenever we have opportunity to speak with government stakeholders, what we tell them is that enough of unintentional and hypocritical ways of engaging young people. You organize capacity development programs without being intentional as to engaging them and empowering them forever. So we discovered when we were coming on board that one of the ways that we can leverage, one of the industries that we can leverage to empower young people in Lagos State, having about 60% of its population to be youth between age 18 to 35, is IT. So when we came on board, we began to leverage on that particular agenda to promote advocacy around young people pursuing career in tech. And if you go to any field, law, medicine, energy, agri, all of these industries need technology to amplify and to optimize whatever happens there to achieve high levels of revenue. And it is easy for any young person sitting here to begin to pursue their career with their smartphone in tech space, rather than looking for ways of getting big machinery for them to empower. So what we did initially, as a matter of quick one, was that we begin to collaborate with NGOs, organizations like AWS. Last year we had a collaboration with AWS User Group West Africa to engage and to expose young people, about 1,000 of them. It was done around on the island about last year. Aside from that, recently, because I'm driving home somewhere, recently we had a program where we trained young people on data science, software development, data analysis, and so on and so forth. We believe that when we begin to bring more young people into the tech basket of Lagos, then what happens is that it is easy for them to see opportunities in models like the Gen AI models and all of it, so that from there we can begin to prepare them for the challenges ahead. It will interest you to note that a lot of people that you see here are enthusiastic about the opportunity that they want to get from this Gen AI model, Gen AI technology. It's not that they are already practicing in the AWS space, but they are agitated to know that what can I get from here? How can I better my lot? Because what they've beclouded them with is that the only way you can empower yourself is to only learn maybe tailoring or fashion designing. But we are telling them, and we are amplifying our voice to let them understand that even when you learn all of these things with technological skills, it will be easy for you to generate more revenue in your business space and to leave the street so that we can have more young people gainly engaged and empowered. Thank you.
Mr. Guleman, do you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. That was all encompassing. Thank you so much. So yeah, I think I'll be asking a more specific question to you. Okay, from your experience building blockchain infrastructure and cloud solutions, what DevOps and infrastructure skills, and most of what we'll be talking about is around like talent building and everything, but what DevOps and infrastructure skills should Nigerian and African engineers prioritize to support Gen AI workloads at scale? Gen AI workloads at scale, how different are these requirements from traditional cloud workloads?
Okay.
So I'm going to be speaking to the technical guys, hands-on people now. Upskilling, like I said, very important. And what you need to upskill now is ML Ops. There used to be Cloud Ops, there used to be DevOps, but now there is ML Ops. Even I myself have enrolled in classes to upskill. And if we look at traditional means, what we've been using before for compute, we use CPUs, right? EC2, large, T2 micro, all those things. But now, you now have to start thinking about GPUs, right? GPUs, TPUs in terms of compute. In the cloud, we have storage, right? S3 is the most popular storage service we have in AWS. So I'm talking as an AWS community builder. Now, you now have to start thinking about data lakes, things that can handle vector, storage, and all of that. Also, we're looking at SageMaker, very important, all those things. The point is, sign up and start learning ML Ops now, before it's too late. Did anybody know about the AWS and Udacity training? Yes. If you sign up for that, please raise up your hand. AWS Udacity, that's the thing. That's the thing. Only two people here, and you are about to miss a window. You're about to miss a window, right? So just try and upskill, try and do ML Ops. That's a new thing in terms of Gen AI, and you'd make it.
Yeah, thanks so much. So, Sir Ibrahim, this next question is for you. As a state chairman of the National Youth Council, how are you preparing Nigerians' young workforce? You already made mention to some of these things, but what other steps are you taking for preparing Nigeria's young workforce for the Gen AI revolution? What specific initiatives or programs do you think are needed to ensure our youths aren't left behind?
Well, I think, as you said, I mentioned a lot of things about it, and that is why we are here. We believe that with huge collaboration with you guys, we can be able to take a lot of these initiatives down to the grassroots. Because when you have people within the community not knowing about the Gen AI revolution, then it's something to be concerned about. And of course, whenever we have opportunity to also speak with people in government, we always resonate it in their heart that it is elementary and it is important to look for better ways of engaging our youth, rather than just organizing, tailoring empowerment programs and all of it. And also in all our various secondary schools, primary schools, recently we had an engagement with the Ministry of Basic and Tertiary Education. What we told them at that forum was a need for us to include this into our syllabus at the secondary school level. If we cannot start from our primary school level, but let's include it into our syllabus from the secondary school level. And we, through the collaboration of the National Association of Nigerian Students, have informed them for the need for them to at that level, also begin aggressive advocacy for these technologies to be taught at the tertiary institution level. There's a course at tertiary institution, it's called GNS, General Studies or whatever. So we are also amplifying so that we can have it generalized for everybody. So no matter the course you are studying, you should be exposed to the Gen AI revolution. Fine, there are a lot of challenges that it comes with, but if you are not ready and prepared to also be part of that revolution, we cannot contribute in our own little space to the advancement or to correct one or two things within that space.
Sorry, I'm going to add to that. The previous host mentioned something about India, and this is the honest truth, where Nigeria is now is where India was 10 years ago, and our population is actually increasing, right? That shows that potential of achieving what he has said is very reachable, you know. So people like him, people like us, community builder, doing the groundwork is very essential for us to meet up to India and possibly pass them, right? All of us here in this room, let's just have that at the back of our mind, that we are the next big thing in tech. Nigeria is the next big thing in tech.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I hope you guys are listening and taking notes. Please, there will be time for questions eventually when we are done with this. So just write your questions down. Afterwards, we'll get them. So David, I will be speaking with you next. Given your work with intentionally vulnerable automation templates for cloud penetration testing, how can we create similar learning experiences for professionals to understand GenAI security risks and mitigation strategies?
Yeah, so thanks very much for that. Just to confirm, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Nice, okay, yeah. So just tailor back to what others were saying earlier. So this is an area that there's a lot of upskilling, there's a lot of reskilling going on with a lot of industries, including cybersecurity. From a practical perspective, the threats are still evolving, right? So the threats are still coming up. They're not yet really like solidified. Every time we hear of new threats, there was like prompt injection. There was one that happened more recently, with Slack. There was another one recently with like GitHub. There was another one recently with like Microsoft and in terms of exploiting like GitHub Copilot. So all these risks and all these threats are coming up and coming out all the time. So the way that I'll say that is just to encourage everyone that's security minded in the audience is don't be discouraged if it feels as if you're just constantly running without like something that looks like there's an end goal in mind. That's where everybody is, right? Except we're deceiving ourselves. Everyone is in the same situation. We're all trying to understand what is going on with this technology, pick up as much as possible, put them to practice. That being said, there are certain things that I'll recommend that people do. Number one, I'll say do a lot of learning and reading on how organizations are actually using this technology. So there is a database out there that was compiled by a company, so it's called the LLM Ops database. LLM Ops database. So what that database does is it takes, beyond all the theoretical information that people are sharing, how are organizations actually creating Gen AI powered systems? What organizations have actually implemented this today? What architecture did they implement? What drove the decisions behind the architecture and the technology that they adopted for their implementation? So all of these are very important because that takes things from a theoretical view to what organizations are actually doing today. And then based on that, you can build your own practical learning. So you can understand what types of agents that they're using. You can do like a review, a threat modeling review of those. There are different people that I recommend that you follow. So people like Wonder Woozy, people like John, is it John or James Haddix? So these are people that sort of like are on the cutting edge of what is going on from a security perspective. You follow them to now understand what are the risks involved in this sort of like architectures that organizations are actually deploying.
Yes, thank you. So we'll be moving to Mukeme. You founded the NodeOps Syndicate to advance knowledge sharing. How can we replicate, and you've kind of spoken on this a little bit, but how can we replicate this community-driven approach to build GenAI expertise across Nigeria and Africa? What role do AWS community builders and similar programs play in workforce development?
Okay, sorry. I'm just going to go a bit aside before I answer that question. Builders, this is the best time to build. This is the best time to build anything. You have from now to December to make millions in dollars. Why am I saying this? There's ChatGPT, there's Copilot, there is Kiro. Have you heard of Kiro? Amazon Kiro. Amazon Kiro beats all of them. You can create a full stack application in 10 minutes. Well, you might still have to debug, but in 10 minutes, right? So this is the best time to build. The barrier to entry is very low. You don't need to employ 10 people. You can be front end, back end, everything, all the ends. Do you understand? So please build, right? So in terms of community and NodeUp Syndicate, I'm just going to be very fast. I created NodeUp Syndicate to solve a problem. I saw a gap. I found out that there are a very few DevOps engineers that know blockchain. Like you work in the blockchain industry. If there's anyone who is doing anything like that, please raise up your hand. Only one person, 2, 3, only 3, 4 people. Only 4 people. We are like this, a handful. It's either you know DevOps, you don't know blockchain. It's either you know blockchain, you don't know DevOps. The industry needs someone who knows the two and can work. That's my guy there. We work together in Nethermind. Bob, please stand up. Please, let them recognize you. We worked together in Nethermind. We worked on very cutting-edge stuff. So in terms of community, I mean, going out to events like this, meeting people, having mentors. Mentorship is very important. When I started, I went to meet Ewere, the first hero in Africa. Look at people who have gone ahead of you and go and beg them. I mean, you have nothing to lose. I met Ewere. Ewere was the one who even mentored me, showed me do this, do that. After you are done with this, go and do this. And from there, I started growing. I met other people. We created the DevOps study group. Is a part of it. And from there, we just started making a larger community, right? So meeting people, networking, very important. And find a mentor. Because there's so many things to learn. If it's just you, you might be confused. Something that will take you 5 years can take you 3 months if you have the right person to direct you. Does that answer the question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, amazing advice. Please clap if you want. Yes, Ibrahim, back to you. From your system analyst background, how should organizations approach the human system integration challenges that come with Gen AI adoption? What analytical frameworks help identify where human skills complement AI capabilities?
So let me also divert a little bit. I will follow its pattern. Firstly, is everybody, are we here together? Good. I just want to ensure that we are together. So the first thing is, majority of you, maybe some of you are getting to know about the Gen AI revolution for the first time. I need you to understand that, put it in perspective that there was a time where, let's take for example, you open your computer system and what you type is, what you can get is the only things that you have available, things that are visible, things that you have knowledge about alone. For example, you type about, maybe you want to know about history of what has happened in the past, you go to your computer system, you get it. But with the advent of Gen AI, what happens is that things that are even beyond existence can now happen. Hello? For example, you can go and then begin to innovate using the artificial intelligence platform via Gen AI revolution, the Gen AI technology. So you can begin to go there and type and you get things that have not happened before. So what this means is that as, of course, a youth leader and, of course, a systems person, system analyst too, it is important for us to begin to look at the approaches by which each of the systems connects to each other, relates to each other, how we can now get human interference to be involved. The other time I was talking about ensuring that we are all educated about this, we are all involved in this revolution. But if you are not prepared, how can we even be part of it? There's no possibility of us being part of it. So it is essential for us to prepare ourselves for that technology. Now, I'm not talking about the question. Number one is that there are different frameworks that can be used. So, but the one I will recommend basically is the analytic framework. And of course, for some of us that are, of course, just not tech person and are just coming into this space, let us look for a way to learn more about the analytic framework in how it will benefit and assist what we are doing. Thank you. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yes. Thank you so much. So this is a general question now. We've been speaking a lot about how we can bring in new people, how people can learn technologies that already exist, but mostly from the perspective of new people entering into those spaces. So this question is regarding people that have already been in this space, but within the context of Gen AI, how they can upskill. So the question is thus, for organizations in Africa looking to build Gen AI capabilities, when should they focus on reskilling existing employees versus hiring new talents? How do you balance the need for speed with the importance of building local capacity? So anyone can answer.
Does David want to go for that?
I don't know.
Let's ask him first.
David, do you mind going first?
Hello. Yeah, no, absolutely. No problems at all. Yeah. So what I'll say about that is, let me speak from a security perspective first of all. Right. The best pen testers, red teamers that I've met in security are people that had a very wide background. So maybe you have someone that used to do development that then upskilled to security, or someone that used to be like a DevOps engineer, or someone that used to be an infrastructure engineer that then crossed over to security. And I found that usually in conversations, they've brought a depth of perspective that someone that just came from a purely security perspective could not bring. What am I talking about here? What I'm saying here is whatever the experience that you have matters. And it can be your foundation to springboard into like other areas. So don't discount any experience that you have. Oh, I've only got experience in sales. I've only got experience in this. That all matters. The other thing that I'll say is I'll just echo back what all the other panelists have said, what Kimi has said, what Mr. Ibrahim has said, in terms of this is a really good opportunity to get into this game. There's a lot of variety. It's not just about like, the building. It's also about securing like what is being built from a cybersecurity perspective. So regardless of which area that you're interested in, this is a great time to get into tech. And I'll tell you why. The reason why is because everyone is on level 0. We're all on level 0 together, right? We are all trying to pick up these things. So it's all a matter of who is able to pick it up like the quickest and apply it the quickest. So, whatever your background, whether you need to reskill yourself in a different area that maybe you've had interest in, but maybe due to time or whatever reason, or maybe due to complexities, we're not able to, this is the right time for you to get into it, because you're literally getting on level 0 with everyone else, and you're able to showcase your differentiation with your background and your experience.
Yeah. So, okay.
So if I would add to that, I would say, so it's about companies knowing when to either hire a new person who is a professional or training somebody. So it depends on urgency. That's what I would say. So if you need a product next week, you can't go and be training somebody. What I advise the company to do is get someone who's a professional, and then the person who is meant to be trained starts getting trained under that person, right? So the person is going to be an apprentice. I think that is a win-win for everyone.
So on that one, so I think what I will encourage is that because if you are a staff in a particular establishment, and of course, what you just need is to upscale. So I would advise that because of the peculiarity of that environment and that staff having a more in-depth knowledge about how that environment operates. So I would first of all appreciate that the staff is being trained so that the staff can acquire the necessary skill. Secondly is also, we'll also appreciate and advocate that we have the company hire more persons that are with this skill, so that when those people come into that establishment, it becomes a quick win for the establishment. Number one, the establishment is able to get people coming in with new experience, new culture, and those that are coming in will be able to learn fast from those that are within the environment with upskilled capacity already. So it will quickly gel for the two categories of persons that you've said.
Yes, awesome. So that's all I've been. I thought you want to raise and die. Okay. So yes, okay, man, this next question is for you. With Tiny Pixel, you've created a platform that solves real problems. How can African developers move from consuming GenAI tools to building AI-powered solutions that address local challenges? And what skills do they need to make this transition?
Oh my God, this question gives me so much joy. Goose pimples, everything. So, Tiny Pixel, I built Tiny Pixel. If you go online now, just do tinypixel.pro. It's just a tool, right? I built it out of necessity. It's a compression and optimization tool. V1 is out now. It's just for images. You have a very large image. You want to compress it. I went online. I tried to use the tools already existing. It is paid. Some of them, the quality wasn't so good. I'm like, why don't I just build this thing? And I was like, okay, I have this idea. I want to build it and make sure by the next morning, I have an MVP. That was the plan. What tool should I use? AWS has Kiro. I don't want to sound very smart. Kiro, let's work on this thing together. And we started building. And by morning, we have Tiny Pixel. My plan is to dish out 10 more tools before the end of the year. And I want guys here to also dish out tools. This is the best time to build, right? This is the best time to build because you now have that, you have Gen AI to work for you. The barrier to entry, like I said before, is very, very low. Now, as a builder, the question is about being a producer, not a consumer, right? Yes, look for problems. That's the thing. What problems are you facing? When you are doing your own work, when you are doing your normal work, what problems are you facing? Use Gen AI to solve it. If you solve your problem, it means you are solving another person's problem. Just think about it that way. Learn to solve your own problem, build tools for yourself, and you find out that you are building tools for others. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Please clap, please clap, please clap. So final question for Sir Ibrahim. Given your experience across government projects and private sector product implementations, how can we better align public sector workforce development initiatives with private sector GenAI skills demands in Nigeria?
Well, firstly is, I know a lot of people in government sector are always going to be, that are here. Whenever you get into their environment, they're always very skeptical when new technology emerge. So it is difficult oftentimes for public sector to, of course, to implement or integrate a new initiative. Not to talk about the Gen AI solutions, for example. So what I would say is that, of course, Lagos is trying. The Lagos state government under Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu is trying as much as possible to to leverage on different platforms to create that handshake so that we can get a lot of government infrastructures and government processes to be implemented. In Lagos now, you can see recently there's something like, there's an agency in Lagos state government called the EGIS. Aside from EGIS, in all of the ministries that you have in government now, they are implementing tech solutions to also come into this space. So, of course, as an advocate that have worked in that space, the only thing we can continue to do is to continue to build confidence in the government that the only thing that this can do to them is to optimize their processes, is to make their processes easier and faster. The Lagos State local government administrations have issues with revenue generation and record keeping within the health sector. The Lagos State government created LASHMA. LASHMA, of course, implemented a solution for, of course, residents of Lagos to begin to access health insurance. And a lot of local governments are now thinking in that direction of coming into the space to also do this. So with the revolution of Gen AI, it makes it easy for them. And with the advocacy that we are preaching here, that we all should be involved in the revolution, it will be easy for them to formulate policies that will make it easy and that would manage the challenges that Gen AI is going to bring into the government sector.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. Please, if you want to clap, we should clap well.
Sorry, please. I want to give us an action point so you don't just listen and go home. Please take a sheet of paper. Just take a sheet of paper and write out 3 problems that you see in Nigeria. 3 problems, just 3. Once you've written that 3, I can proudly tell you that you yourself can use Gen AI to create solutions to solve those problems. That's my action point. And you can make money from it if money is what you like. Right? So that's my action points. Write out 3 problems and see how you can solve that problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Please, write them down. Oh. So, final question for everyone. Anyone can answer. Gen AI success requires more than just technical expertise. What soft skills, business acumen, and ethical considerations should be part of a comprehensive Gen AI workforce development program in the African context? So, who would like to go first? Okay, David, please go first.
Yeah, okay, well, thanks very much. So by the way, I got disconnected there for some minutes. I'm not sure, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, nice, okay. Sorry, I keep asking because I've been in situations where I was saying things and they'll be like, oh, we didn't hear what you were saying. So, I'll speak from a security perspective and I'll let others speak from other perspectives. So from a security perspective, I'll say one of the key skills that people need to have, whether it's for individual use, whether it's for corporate use, is critical thinking and being skeptical and skepticism. So those 2 are very important. This ties back to what Ewere said earlier in a stall. Because we have to understand these technologies. Yes, they bring a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of capabilities that they come with. There's a lot of new areas that we can explore because of these technologies. But there are also risks. And one of the key risks here is that these solutions, these models can hallucinate, right? So they can give out information that is incorrect. But they will say it confidently, right? They will say it confidently as if, this is it. This is correct. This is how it happened. But that's not how it happened. That's not what happened. It's just hallucinating. You're saying something that it thinks sounds good, based on just picking out different information based on what it has been trained on. Right? It just takes information from what it has been trained on, combines them together and goes, there's some information that sounds good like what you would like to hear. Right? So we have to have that at the very back of our mind. Ability to be critical, ability to poke into what information I'm getting out of this. And that also ties into the maturity level of organization. So you also have organized as an organization, you also have to start thinking about how do we adopt these technologies? Because there's a whole range of spectrum in terms of adopting them. You can start from partial autonomy, which is you have AI agents that make decisions, but with human oversight, or with full autonomy where you have AI agents that make decisions all by themselves, with just maybe human guidance, but no human oversight. So keep that in mind. Identify the most critical cases, the most sensitive cases to your organization. Identify those most critical cases. And so apology, there's a lot of noise behind me. And identify which scenarios that you're going to be applying full autonomy to versus which scenarios you're going to be applying partial autonomy to.
Yes, thank you.
Firstly is, I would advise all of us in this room, most of the young people that are in this room, to pick up data science and data analysis skills. Of course, software engineering, software development skills, it will assist you. And that's why recently, because of this revolution, recently we just concluded, in fact yesterday, we just concluded a training in collaboration with a German NGO, which we actually did across the 3 senatorial districts, Lagos West, Lagos East, Lagos Central, just to bring more people into the basket. Of course, you observe that I keep mentioning data analysis, data science, because as a data analyst, looking at it from an analytical point of view and a data point of view, the Gen AI needs data, needs real data, needs correct and pure information. So if you don't have data that are pure, data that are actually real data, of course, whatever you have is what is going to give to you. So we need more people in that space. Of course, we also need our young people to pick up soft skills, different soft skills, because it is essential in all of these implementation processes. And again, the government itself, it's something that the government itself must open up to. And I believe the government also is trying its best. I think there is AOT that happens every year. It's going to hold this year again, trying to amplify voices around young people, learning all of these skills that are elementary for us to be able to prepare for the Gen AI revolution. So for every young person that is here, I don't know if this is going to be my last opportunity to speak. I want to advise and admonish you. Whenever you have opportunity to learn data analysis, data science, software development, please expatiate beyond learning in 1 month. Pursue a career in it, because my colleague here have said that we should continue to build, because in a couple of months, the only people who are going to be making money are people who are builders, people who are building things. Myself, I have a solution that I've deployed to about 2 primary health centers in Lagos. It is an EMR solution to monitor the primary health centers and to integrate different ones that we have. Of course, with AI, it is going to be easier for me to even operate within the environment without being present. But sometimes I might need people to, of course, come in as interns. I might need people to also work within that space. But if you are not readily available with the needed technical skills, it will be difficult for me to get people. And of course, it will wear a lot of us out. Let us maximize our relative population advantage. We have about 60% of young people in Lagos. A lot of people have talked about India, and a lot of people have talked about them as being marketing and exporting technology to different parts of the world. Let us also turn our Lagos, our Nigeria, to the technological capital of Africa. Of course, we are advancing in it, but we can push aggressively for us to be able to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to add?
It's about soft skills, yeah?
Yes.
2 major soft skills. First one is critical thinking. Yes. Like David said, the thing hallucinates sometimes. It will give you confident answer that is wrong. So if you don't try and think and poke it, you might not get the answer. The other one is self-learning. You need to be somebody who can learn by yourself. You don't have to go to classes anymore. Always be hungry to learn new things. Don't wait for people to tell you. Go online and search for yourself for answers. And those 2 soft skills will take you far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give a huge round of applause to all of our panelists for this amazing, insightful session. So please, if you have any questions, we'll take 1 or 2 questions. How many questions can we take? Just 2 questions, please. First person, second person. So ask your question first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Christiana Osobo.
Sorry?
Christiana. Okay. Yes. I'm actually his mentee. He's my mentor. I'm going to say it. Okay, so my question is on security. So I guess David would be addressing my question, or any other person. I'm going to speak as regards to ChatGPT because mostly that's the most common one we all get to use at the moment, even at work. So my concern is people hardly know where to stop when it comes to the data they put into ChatGPT. And I want more clarity on the implications of some of these things we do. I'm guilty of it as well, like feeding ChatGPT some information, especially those ones that we classify as personal and otherwise. So what would be your advice on some policies that an organization can put in place on how people use AI at work, especially for public LLMs like ChatGPT? So what kind of governance, if we were to bring up policies around the use? And of course, again, what kind of tool, is there any tool that can be used to block some of these misinformations? So if there's any, I'm looking for, because at my organization, one of our tasks is information security. So we are responsible for that as well. So I want to get David's opinion because we actually looked at how we can implement a policy, but we've not been able to come up with one. So thank you very much.
So David,
and I'll try to keep it condensed. I do have like some thoughts, some practical, so not just like theoretical, some actual practical like thoughts around these, having worked with like various organizations. So you're right in terms of the risk of using, public AI assistants like ChatGPT. And many people may not know this, but actually ChatGPT logs every single prompt that you give to it. So that came as a result of like a US court directive. But anyways, they log everything that you put to it. So who is to say that those logs can't be collected and reused and mined for certain sensitive data, like let's say in the future, right? So there are two sides to this. Number one side to that is that approaching this first from the perspective of enabling your teams and your organizations, or the people that are working in your organization, because you cannot stop them from using it. You can't say to them, don't use ChatGPT, don't use all these other tools till we figure out whether it's safe or not. Well, this tool can save me 5 hours of manually analyzing this. If you block me from using it, I'm just going to figure out another way to bypass whatever blocks that you've put in place. So you have to start first with enabling them. And that's where like platforms like AWS comes in. So there are two ways that organizations do that. Number one is you give them like a more controlled and private way to leverage this model. So leveraging things like Amazon Bedrock, you can simply put an AI assistant in front of that and make that available to members of your organizations to use. You can even implement RAG, like what we was talking about, so they can upload organization documents, but all of those are in a private context, not in a public context. So that's one approach. Another approach is where people can begin to leverage these models locally on their systems. So for example, on my system, I have a tool called Olama. I have another tool called LM Studio. So these two tools, what they do is they provide a ChatGPT-like experience, but in the private context of my computer. So in the private context of my computer, I can upload a document, chat with it, get information. So it's using like derivative of large language models called small language models, LLMs. The challenge with the second approach is the resources. Your system has to be a powerful system. So it has to be a system that maybe has GPUs or maybe has a lot of CPUs, which I know that is a struggle in the context of Nigeria and in some of the other contexts. So those are two approaches. In terms of blocking, yes, you do have to put in some governance in place using existing technologies that you have. If you have a firewall in your organization, you can look for the domain names relating to those and block them. If you have an EDR or an endpoint security solution that's centrally managed, and you can also put in certain restrictions and controls in terms of what people can upload or not upload. But just keep in mind those two sides. Don't just go from the side of the governance, go from the side of you have to enable your teams while at the same time governing them. I call it freedom within the boundary. So you allow them freedom by enabling them, but you also put a boundary around that. I hope that makes some sense.
Sorry, did he answer your question? Okay, awesome. Okay.
So from the perspective of governance, holistic governance politics. So I think, how many of you have heard of the National Youth Confab? So it's coming up. So I just want to advise for cases like this, because Gen AI evolution, one of the things that it will bring that scares a lot of us is some of the videos that you see, and you see somebody looks like you, and you see somebody looks like Mr. President, and all of it looks like your governor, and people tend to believe very fast. So policies around that, people are coming up with different papers already against legislating on something that will manage and contain the use of the Gen AI technology. So I want to advise for all of us that are here, that are also young people, let's leverage on when the National Youth Conference comes, because the Honorable Minister is also interested in also amplifying voices around moderating how best possible we can manage it, or we also be integrated in the way it operates.
Going to add? Okay. So, second question.
Good everyone, my name is Raza, and my question goes thus. We have been talking about youth, like the youth are the nation and we are the future. But what about the old ones, like our elder ones? Because actually, indirectly or directly, they are also kind of blocking our growth. Because, when I try to do some things, like my grandma or elder people, they'll be like, what is this? What am I doing? Like, so what about them? How can we carry?
Okay, you want to answer first?
Okay, well, I think we are always carrying them along. And the truth of the matter is, no matter what you want to do, there's always going to be a yesterday. And if there's no yesterday, there cannot be a today. So if there's no today, there cannot be a tomorrow. So as much as we want to, I don't want us to use that word loosely, kick them, or they are blocking our way. We can't kick them out. I remember there was a time when I was working, when I was doing my IT in a software company. Most of our team leads are people above the age of 50-something. And these guys, we call them guys because they are actually youthful. The rate at which they work with the computer system, most of us that are even younger ones cannot work at that pace. So if truly you want to kick them, or you think they are blocking you from not getting to where you want to get to, which I don't think is actually true contextually, is that we also must step into that particular space with a convincing spirit of we want to dominate. And the domination is not you want to pursue them away, you want to collaborate with them. Because their experiences will guide and shape how better we continue to hold on to our legacies and our culture, because we need those things. Even when we are embracing technology, we need people to continue to remind us of who we actually are. So when you leave the elderly ones behind, then definitely we are going to be lost in the space where people create those things for us and we don't actually know what it is. So we need them to be able to guide our thoughts and our shit.
Actually, they are the gatekeepers. You can't even push them away. They are the ones at the gates. You have to liaise with them to pass through. So it's less for you to be very smart and know how to work with adults. you have to be very smart and, so that's it.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you guys for your questions. And please, another round of applause for our speakers and our panelists as they go up the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a very insightful session. If you learned anything from this session, can I hear you say, yeah? Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the panelists and for Mr. David Oloyede. As a junior cybersecurity analyst, I learned quite a lot from his session. I learned a lot too from Engineer Ibrahim's session and also from Ukeme's session. And that was a very insightful session. And I made a promise to 3 people earlier that asked questions. 2 persons asked questions. 1 person answered my question. And me, I don't do promise and fail. If I promise, I must fulfill. So if you know you answered, you asked 2 persons that asked questions during the first keynote session, please, can I see your hands? And 1 person answered my question. Please, where is my gift? I have 1 small gift for you. Yeah, can you come, please? Ma, please meet Ibrahim. Yeah. Next session, we are going to have a game. So in the next session, we'll have a 10-minute game. So we have a small gift for people that have answered questions, and we have a very big gift for the people who are going to participate. Just give them from here.
Okay.
For the people who are going to participate in this game, we have a Slido game. So in the next 10 minutes, I need us to scan this.
Please
Scan
bring
the
out
QR
your phones
code.
and scan the QR code.
So you
Yeah,
can
gives to
join-
be won.
Yes, you can join
So
the
please
quiz.
take this seriously.
Fastest fingers. You know those kind of fastest fingers for recharge cards, those days. Fastest fingers, please. And please bring back the QR code for 1 second, please.
Please, the QR code.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
If you have joined, can I see your hands?
Awesome. Please, we need more people. We need more people.
Fastest fingers. If you have joined, let me see your hands. I'm going to count up to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are we having network issues?
6.
Oh, I just knew.
You
Okay,
are
just
using,
try.
You are using iTel. Buy good phones in Jesus' name. Please, can we be fast? Okay, let me continue my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Awesome, 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 awesome. So this game is going to last for just 5 minutes, and we are going to give prizes to people who come, to the person that will come first, second, and third. And the questions are going to center around what we have been learning so far. So, yes, you can take it up. Yeah. So, wow. Nice one. I'm so proud of you guys. Tough competition. Tough times bring the toughest men. So who is going to go home with this prize? Can we start, please?
Should we start?
Yes.
Okay, they said we should wait a little. Please, let's wait for them.
No waiting. We can start. We already have a lot of people.
Okay.
So answer in your...
Fastest fingers, please. There's going to be a leaderboard. What does Gen AI stand for? What does Gen AI stand for? Cyril already said it during his session.
Okay.
Generative artificial intelligence. Awesome.
Wow.
Okay, next question coming
General
up.
Automated intelligence. Which of these is a key benefit of Gen AI for businesses?
All these questions, all these things have been talked about. So if you are attentive, you'll be able to answer them. All of the above.
Wow.
They are very smart people here.
I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud.
So next question. Which AWS service provides access to multiple foundation models via API? This is a more technical question, but let's see the people that get it. The answer is Amazon Bedrock. Oh, that was fast. Which AWS service allows you to add chatbots with natural language processing? These are technical questions, but let the best man win, Abi. So what's the correct answer? Next. Amazon Lex. No, this one is technical. Some people might not get it. That's fine. AWS Comprehend is used for image recognition. True or false? If you know AWS here, you have basically won. Clue, the answer is in the name. And the answer is false. Comprehend. Comprehend. What does comprehend sound like? Comprehend, voice, sound, speech. So next question. AI in healthcare can assist with drug discovery and personalized treatment. True or false? Pam, 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 pam. Let's see. True, okay. And the answer is true. So next question. So that one was easy now. As an AWS solutions architect, which combo is best for a secure Gen AI chatbot? Ha. If you get this question, ha. Amazon Lex, EC2 and S3 only. Only CloudWatch. I think I'm going for A because it has, like, most of it they are like AI stuff. Gen AI chatbot, okay. Okay, it's actually A. I wanted to say C because poly and recognition, yes. Many people got it. Okay, it's because of the number. Me too, that was what I used. Next. Which AWS service is best suited for building, training, deploying machine learning models at scale? So we already hinted to this, I think in Cyrere's speech. I don't say it now, why? Okay.
Yay.
I mean, there are people that do AWS here.
Wow.
That's good. Okay, next question. What is the main driver of digital transformation in organizations today? Before this. Before they go on break. Before the end of the program. The question has not started going. Okay, it's already done. All of the above. Yes, it was all of the above now. Did you think it was just one? Next question. Amazon Code Whisperer is an AI service designed to help with what? Code Whisperer.
The answer is already on the screen, and you know the answer. In fact, don't fail
If
this
anybody
one.
fails this question,
Don't fail this one.
what should we next? What should we do to these people? What should we do to them? How should we punish them? We should do what? The answer was literally their code. Whisperer code. Next question. Oh, it's done. Wait, who is Princess? Oh, wow. Please give her a round of applause.
Yes, please come to the stage and
What prize are we giving her? Okay, you have the prize here. Okay. Please clap for her. Please, she got 10 over 10. Every single question, she got it right. So clap for her. See them here. Somto. Okay, please, we'll have to call on the founder and CEO, Somto, please to come and take a picture with the winner. Don't know if he's around. Okay. Yes, please come up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, we'll take a picture with us. Yes, thank you. Please clap for her. She steps off the stage and for our CEO. No, there are actually three runner-ups.
no one. Somebody has
9. Oh, a faster. No, that's 10. She's the one that won. Then there are like 3 runner-ups that got 9.
So what do we do? Should we share the bag? We should share.
We'll
it.
divide it into 3 places, Abby. He said, oh, we should use the time.
Yes.
Oh, so the fastest first runner-up was Excelus. Who is
Yes.
Excelus? Who is Excelus? Oh, you are here. Raise up your hand and come out now, please. We should give it out. Oh, okay. Who is the next person? Yeah, we should give it away. He said, okay, you're the one. Okay. I was thinking you were sitting in the crowd. Okay, please clap for him as he comes on stage. Oh, sorry. Hey, what is Congratulations. Yes, thank you. Please clap for him. Clap for him again. Okay, I think that's all. Yeah, we're just giving 2. Are we giving the 3? Okay, we are giving first 3. Okay, Yemi. Who is Yemi? Okay, he's the one. Okay, yes. Please clap for him. As he comes on stage. Yes, congratulations. Yes. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Another round of applause for him. Yes. Okay. Moving to a demo session. So we are moving to a demo session now.
to invite the CEO of Authorite, Mr. Somti, to come and give us a spotlight on his demo session. He's going to be showing us about Dozy Group AI chatbots. So please, can we give it up for him as he comes on stage? A round of applause.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're having fun. Hope we are learning. Hope we are interacting. So, all the speakers has been speaking, very insightful and also cutting-edge technologies, specifically speaking on Gen AI. So I just want to take some time to talk about the chatbot. So I just want to take some time to talk about the Gen AI chatbot. Basically, one of our customers, we listen to some of the challenges that they are having, specifically speaking, Dozy Group. A lot of people know Dozy Group. They are a very big name in the lubricant, oil and gas industry, downstream. They have a very big tank farm, multiple tank farms. They produce various chemicals, lubricants. They also play in filling stations. They have filling stations. So they're a big player in the downstream industry. So we got to meet them and now say, okay, how can we, add technology? How can we use AI to also enhance or improve some of your operations? And we now say something as simple as just using the chatbot. So chatbots, most people just think, oh, they're just something that pop up on your website, and you just say, hello, how can I help you? I'm online, or I'm not online. Drop your message, drop your email, we'll email you back. Basically, chatbots can do more than that. It can do a lot of things depending on the prompting. So we put together some solutions for them to help them provide responses to customers 24/7. Streamlining some of their ordering processes, enhancing customer satisfaction, and also providing real-time quotes to customers, both things that include stock counts, sales prices, both things that include stock counts, customer pricing, availability, pickup, tracking, logistics, a whole lot, just by using that chatbot in their system. So next slide. So most of the specific challenges that they have, I've already mentioned it. 24-hour availability, manual processing, slowness, which makes them lose some of the customers. Makes them lose some of these customers to other competitors. So we put together a chatbot on their system to do most of these times. Next slide. So, okay, Paul is here. Paul will explain this architectural diagram for the chatbot.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Paul, and I work as a solutions architect for Authorite Integrated. So what we have illustrated here is the architectural diagram for this particular solution. So from the front-end aspect, we have a user that is interacting with AWS, right? So when the user sends in a prompt, so we are using, just for security's sake, we want to make sure that this particular prompt should be coming from like an authorized place. So we're using some role-based permissions to access all of the services within AWS. So now the first layer is the conversational AI part, where we are using Amazon Lex serving as the natural language processing layer. So from the prompts that the user feeds to us, we're able to extract some specific words that match some of our pre-built intents. So from Amazon Lex, when you're using Amazon Lex, there are some ways you can pre-build a conversation by tuning the AI to recognize some specific words during the conversation. So once that gets to us, we then pass the intent along to Amazon Bedrock, which utilizes retrieval augmented generation that Iwiri talked about during his presentation. So when that happens, we have a knowledge base already that is configured to interact with Bedrock. So Our knowledge base basically consists of questions and documents from the clients that these are questions that most of their customers ask like day in, day out. So these are questions that they encounter maybe through customer support, through phone calls, through emails. So we have those FAQs configured. We have to like also clean up some data and prepare the data as our knowledge store. So Bedrock is going to scan through that document store, retrieve the appropriate information, and then send the answer back to Lex. So now there's also like a there's also a part where we are integrating Amazon AWS Lambda, which is like an event-driven architecture. So in case of situations, or in some cases where, for instance, the user is making like, they want to make an inquiry, or they want to make an order for a specific, say maybe a specific product. So we have a Amazon Lambda here has the ability to interact with the database of the products that they have, the prices, is able to compute all of this and give like an appropriate response to the user. And then in the case or in the event where we are unable to answer their questions due to any challenge, we are able to default back to a fallback instance. And then from that fallback instance, we use SNS as a POP-sub mobile to send notification to our support team that, oh, this particular customer asked this question and I could not answer it. So this is the detail of the customer. So yeah, when we start the conversation with the customer, we usually collect their name, their email address, and then for customers who want to place an order, we'll collect the delivery address so we can process the order and then print invoices. Yeah, we're able to generate invoices also using Lambda. So then also we're able to do like a human agent handoff from this particular from using SNS, because SNS sends like a message to our support that, oh, this particular user prompted us for this thing and we could not answer that question, so you can continue the conversation with that. So with this, we're able to create like a cloud-native AI-powered solution, basically, that meets the demands of the customers 24/7. And with this, all the customers that are even outside of the country, like in other continents, can easily have access to information in a timely manner. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you, Paul. Were we listening? Round of applause for Paul. Is that another slide? So next slide.
All right. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is just a picture. I don't know if you can see it here, showing the bot in action. So once you come into the bot, we already have some. As I said, we have some pre-built intents already. So once you say I, it's going to reply, oh, my name is Ngozi, the Dozy Group bot. How can I help you today? So in this case, this customer clicked on order for a product. So when we see words like order, we match it with our pre-built intent. So it said, okay, so create order. So then it asks again, what would you like? So what's your name? So I put in my name. So what would you like to order? Or rather, what's your email address? I can't see very well. I'm on my glasses. Okay, so Paul, my email is there. And then it asks me for my address because in case it needs to do like, to print an invoice, it needs to make sure all the information is captured. I put in my address, and then it asks me that what particular product category do you want to order for. So Dozy Group, this particular client, has something said they specialize in a lot of products. So they are into oil and gas, so where you can order for things like their lubricants. Also, they're into manufacturing of food items. They have some food items that make like biscuits, yogurts, and some things. They're also into industrial gas, where they make medical gas and other industrial gases. And then for thermoplastics, they're also into that. So in this case, the person clicked on food and beverages. And then so it said, okay, so what particular food and beverage would you like to order? And then, can you scroll down? So yeah. So it's to give you like the diagram or image of different types of food and beverages that we have, and then you can say, okay, this part, maybe yogurt, biscuits, water. And in this case, because this particular manufacturer do wholesale, so there's like a minimum
order limit.
Yes, order limit. So yeah, so anytime you create an order, it's just going to configure to the minimum order limit, and then in case you need more, you can easily configure have the conversation. Oh, I'm going to need more products, right? So in this case now, so it's not looking like you are trying to order just one bottle of yogurt. It's going to these are cartons, because they do delivery as also. So yeah, so he clicked on the particular product category, and then okay, so it said, all right, this has been noted, and then it should generate an invoice immediately. Can you show the invoice that was generated? So yes, this is the invoice that was generated immediately, containing the invoice number, the dates, the customer's name, email address, the business address, and what was ordered, right? And this was just even for like a POC demonstration. There's still a lot of things that can be added to the solution to even make it better. And for S3, we're able to use pre-signed S3 URLs to easily generate this. So yes, so this is just like the bots in action. And for a POC stage, the customer was very happy with the solution, and they're ready to move ahead to doing more work with us. Yeah. So thank you very much. So we can go back to the presentation now.
So just before we continue, I just want to make sure everybody was listening. So one of the services that we use, specifically speaking, Amazon Lex. So I just want someone in the crowd to, from what Paul explained, what does Amazon Lex do from the architectural diagram? Who can answer that for a prize? What does Amazon Lex do in this architectural diagram? Come forward.
From what I can see from diagram, is like the Amazon Lex give response back to the users.
Round of applause. You are listening. So let's continue.
So yes, everything here is what I've said already. So we can move on. So yes, so this was just from the interaction we had from deploying this and the first beta session where the customers tested it out, and this was what was able to be achieved. So in terms of operational efficiency, the response time went from hours to seconds, because previously they had to sort out emails one by one from customers that were trying to create orders or put an order for some items, but this is done like 2 seconds. And in terms of customer experience, the fact that this solution is available to all customers in the world, deployed on AWS, so deployed, definitely our front end was deployed using CloudFront, so available to all regions in the world, and then it's very accurate, at least about 95%. I mean, there are some edge cases where this particular solution, had some challenges, which is why in terms of when building stuff like this, you also should leave like a leeway for when you have edge cases when some customers are asking for some things that your bot cannot solve. That's why you have the human handoff part where you can hand off to like a human agent. And in terms of financial impact, it was able to increase their revenue because they were able to basically process orders faster. So, I mean, in a month, or rather quarterly, the revenue increase was about 57%. And in terms of scalability, it were able to scale this because those group, we just deployed it for just one branch of their business. They have other business branches that, should I say, subunits where they work. And with this part of this kind of solution, that can be easily translated to those. So next slide. All right, so next slide. So this is just going to talk about Outright Integrated and our competitive edge. So with Outright Integrated, you will have access to AWS expertise. I mean, in our team, we have young, talented guys that are certified in different things. Don't worry. After the second keynote session, you'd have the chance to interact with the different booths. Trust me, your mind is going to be blown. We have very brilliant engineers that have created various solutions, and you have the opportunity to interact with them. And also, we have access to industry knowledge, technical excellence, as I said earlier, and local advantage, because we're Nigeria-based, we are able to interact with our local businesses. We understand their business needs and challenges that are peculiar to Nigeria. We're able to develop intuitive solutions for them, and we have proven results. We've worked with clients both in the private and public sector, trust me, and we have results wherever we go to, right? Next slide, please. So yes, if you are interested in, interacting with us, meeting us for any kind of, or with any deployment, or any business need, you can just talk to any one of us today. We will collect your contacts, we'll initiate some technical assessments and strategy. We'll also do a POC for you. Something you should notice is that with Outright Integrated, our POCs are free, right? Yeah. free POC. So if you have a business idea and you bring it to us, we'll do a free deployment for you to test out free, right? And then if you're happy with that, then we can go into full production. Next slide, please. All right, so thank you very much. I think Somti also is going to talk about our AWS startups and how you can, for startups that are here, there are some key things that, should I say, we have some packages for you. So Somti is going to talk about that.
Thank you, Paul. Round of applause for Paul. So thank you all for listening. Thank you all for sitting down here, since 10 o'clock, listening to what we have to say. So definitely we have some things to give back. A lot of people here, I was speaking to someone at the back. He said, wow, there's a lot of young people there. There are a lot of young people. Everybody here is looking. I say, yes, young people are the people that are ruling the economy. They are the people that are building. They are the people that are diversifying. Maybe older generation are maybe in the offices and maybe traditional businesses. But young people are the people that are thinking, innovating, and building. So definitely we have a way to partner or collaborate with each and every one of you that came here invited as a startup or is planning to start up something. We are inviting you to come and build over on AWS. And we are saying that we will be able to support you with a maximum of $5,000 of credits for you to build, test out solutions on AWS. We also support you with technical expertise, technical assessment, POCs, amongst other things. So we are inviting you, if you're thinking, if you're testing, if you're trying, if you're already building, please come up on AWS and we'll be able to put you through. Thank you so much.
Please, another round of applause for him. I hope you guys heard the $5,000. Did we hear it? So if you know what to do, you can meet him after. So yes, without further ado, we are moving into the next panel session so we can move as quickly as possible. Okay, so it seems our Muslim brethren are supposed to leave for their Juma in the next few minutes. So we'll be taking a break now, and we'll be coming back by 2:10. 2:10, right? Yes, so by 2:10, we'll reconvene for the, to continue the session. 2:30 is when it's starting. It's starting by 2:30. So you guys have till now to 2:30. Okay. So we'll have the panel session now. We'll have the panel session now. Please, we are still trying to make considerations so that we will know whether we have to go on break now or to do the panel session now. Okay, so it seems like we'll be moving forward with the panel session now. So I would like to call up the speakers, first of whom is Ewere Diaboya. Please, a round of applause as he comes on stage. But I will introduce him before he does that. We already introduced him, but I'll have to introduce him again for the panel session. So Ewere started his career in tech in 2003. He started as a software developer in PHP, Visual Basic, HTML, and CSS. He later switched to DevOps and Cloud in 2015. He is the first AWS community hero in Africa and the author of 2 books, Infrastructure Monitoring with Amazon CloudWatch and Techtionary, which are available on Amazon.com. He is an AWS community leader in Nigeria. He loves to talk about cloud computing, DevOps, and innovations around efficient software delivery technologies and processes. He has also been a 2-time judge for the CyberSafe Foundation Cyber Girls Fellowship and PipeOps Hackathon. Please, with a round of applause, let us welcome Cywere to the stage. Please, clap until he reaches and until he settles down. Welcome, sir. So our second speaker goes by Bob Adeusi. Bob Adeusi is a lead cloud engineer with over 5 years of experience across AWS, Azure, and hybrid environments. He specializes in DevOps automation, Kubernetes, and infrastructure as code, and has supported AI-driven platforms in regulated industries. Bob is also passionate about mentorship, having guided aspiring engineers through programs on Udacity and Cloud Network. He holds multiple cloud certifications and is committed to driving innovation and business impact through modern cloud technologies. Please give a round of applause to Bob Adeusi as he comes on stage. Please clap, 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 clap. Till he reaches the stage. Please, whenever we clap for people, we clap till they sit down. Thank you, welcome. So our final speaker is Joshua Omobola. Joshua is a developer relations engineer, AI educator, and founder, building a unified payment infrastructure that bridges Web 3 and Web 2. A passionate advocate for AI, he designs AI-powered solutions, leads technical workshops, and contributes to open source projects. Dedicated to make complex technologies accessible, Joshua empowers developers and businesses to create impactful, scalable digital experiences. He currently leads Cursor AI's initiatives across Africa. Wow, that's incredible. Please, a round of applause. Joshua has spoken at numerous developer conferences and meetups, delivering sessions on AI adoption strategies, cloud-native infrastructures, and blockchain interoperability. He is committed to helping organizations harness AI responsibly and effectively, including strategies to enhance customer engagement and operational efficiency. Please, a resounding round of applause for each and every speaker here. So finally, I would like to welcome the amazing, the delectable, the beautiful Diogo as my co-host, who will be the coordinator for this panel session. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much, Osinachi. And in this panel session, we're going to be discussing data as a strategic asset, fueling Gen AI with clean, compliant, and cloud-ready data. So based on this, my first question is going to go to you, Sir Ewere. And the question goes thus. As the author of Infrastructure Monitoring with Amazon CloudWatch, how can organizations leverage AWS monitoring and observability tools to ensure data quality and integrity throughout their Gen AI pipelines? What specific metrics and alerts should they be tracking?
That's a broad question.
Yes,
Very
it is.
broad. Okay, so first of all, the question has 2 aspects. It has the data aspect and the Gen AI aspect, so I'm going to answer both of them. For the data aspect, one of the things that you need to track is data integrity. So when you perform what we call ETL on data, that's extract, transform, and load your data, most of the time your data is coming from a source, you process or you clean that data, and then you store it in another destination. When that data gets there, many things can happen to it. The data can get corrupt, it can be wrongly categorized, and
because of that, that data will not be viable for what you need it for, which is, we're talking about Gen AI and training of models. So one of the things you need to monitor is your data integrity. And tools like Amazon S3 helps you with that to ensure your data has integrity and redundancy. For the AI part of things, there are so many things you can do. So when you train a model, there are certain metrics you need to check about the performance of the model you've trained and how well the model has performed based on data you have trained it. So for example, classification. You train a model to identify cats. You use 50 cats to train the model. You should be able to test if that model is performing as you have trained it to or not. So these are metrics that you need to look out for from the data side and from the AI side of things.
All right, thank you very much. And from his answer, we have learned that data integrity is key. So we have to track and be sure that data comes out as intended. Thank you very much, Sir Ewere. So my next question is going to go to Mr. Bob. So Mr. Bob, this question is around compliance and AI-driven platforms. And the question goes thus. You have supported AI-driven platforms in regulated industries. How do compliance requirements like GDPR, local data protection laws, and industry-specific regulations impact data architecture decisions for Gen AI in Africa? What specific strategies have you found effective?
First of all, I want to appreciate the organizers of this conference. I think it's a really insightful session, especially this session. I don't think compliance audits and even governance is something that every engineer set out to learn, right? I think majority of us come across it while building, right? I remember I'd worked, like Ikeme said, when we were when I was interning with Nethermind, was when I just started to understand how governance compliance works on a global scale. Majority of us just pick up AWS as a skill, we learn EC2, build couple projects, but we don't really understand that it goes beyond just setting up or orchestrating architectures together. Compliance is a really core part of building, all right? And so when you have to do with compliance, especially as regards building, there are so many compliance rules. We have SOC 2, we have IPA, we have GDPR, like you mentioned. We also have, in Nigeria, we also have something that we call NDPR, right? Because different countries, especially within Africa, have different data protection regulations, right? And that's what we call DPR, by the way. And so it means that when designing or when orchestrating a solution, you have to design with that in mind. How many of us here know what we call DevSecOps? DevSecOps. Okay, she does. How many? Nobody. You've heard of DevSecOps, right? It used to be DevOps before. Then we started to understand certain things like DevSecOps. And the reason why DevSecOps was being integrated or becomes much more familiar time is because builders now began to build with security in mind. And so before we just build anything and port 80 can be open, and we just build and just deploy. Just build our application. Oh, we can access it via the internet, and then we begin to experience certain security threats. And so that's why even while building these days, we build with security in mind at every step of the way. Now, if we've gotten to that point as engineers where we build with security in mind, then we also must go to start building with compliance in mind, right? And so it means that before you even start building, before you start orchestrating solutions, there's something in the DevOps lifecycle called the planning phase. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with the DevOps, or maybe software lifecycle, which is called the planning phase. Now, the planning phase is not just about choosing the tools to use. The planning phase also has to do with the compliance regulations that governs the territory you are trying to deploy your applications to.
And that involves probably if it's on a global scale or if it is on a national scale. There are certain Nigerian data protection regulations that must be integrated to your application from start. It means that there are certain data that you cannot share globally. There are certain data that must not leave the shores of Nigeria. And so, for some of us that are building, that you want to build, I mean, Ikeme and the other guys had spoken earlier on, this is the best time to build. And you don't want to build and then you cannot use what you have built outside of the shores of Nigeria. Or you go and use it outside of the shores of Nigeria and then you begin to face lawsuits. You see, all the money you are planning to make, Nigeria can fold it up in a day. And that is why you see that so many tech companies don't thrive in Nigeria. Why? Because they don't build, first of all, with compliance in mind. And so when the compliance regulations come to audit their works, and then you see that majority of their infrastructure, majority of their data are not compliant with what is available, what is needed in the Nigerian context, and that can fold up the whole company totally. And so with this understanding in mind, of course, sometimes you need to also consult with experts within compliance field. Because most of us are engineers, right? We really do not understand why this is this, why is this. And so with that in mind, I think we can really start to build. And some of the ways that we can do that, because different countries have different compliance regulations. And so if you want to build something that goes beyond the shores of Nigeria, and then because every country has their own rules and regulations, right? And so a proposed solution to this is to start leveraging on something we call the federated compliance, where you can leverage on data from a federated standpoint. So it means that if Nigeria would not allow their certain data out of Nigeria, Kenya will not allow certain data out of Kenya. There has to be a collaboration within those companies and within those countries in such a way that we can start designing things from a continent standpoint, not even from a Nigerian or local standpoint. And so it means that if I want to create a fraud detection model, I want to create it with an insight of how this can be replicated across different countries with the same continent. And it also gives you a leverage to be able to now build more. I use Twitter quite a lot. And one of the things that people are saying is that, Chowdeck is going to become the next American DoorDash. No, it's not going to become the next DoorDash. It is going to be the African Chowdeck, right? And so with that in mind, I feel like we are going to begin to skip certain frustrations that Nigeria is going to give to us, and then you can now start building freely right from the beginning. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bob. And we learned that in his answer that we have to build securely, and to build securely, you have to start with compliance. You have to have that compliance first mindset whenever you are building. Thank you very much, sir, once again. So my next question is for you, Mr. Joshua. And the question is around AI adoption strategy for data readiness. So Sir Joshua, as someone leading Custom AI's initiative across Africa, what is your framework for helping organizations assess their data readiness for Gen AI adoption? And how do you guide them through the transformation from traditional data usage to an AI-first data strategies?
Okay. For AI, especially generative AI, everything that happens depends on the data that you fed it. So you can think of something like ChatGPT that gives you text because it has been trained on text. And then you go to something like 11 Labs and it gives you audio because the model has been trained on audio and stuff. So the first thing to consider when you're looking at are you ready for this is to understand the why, and that will also feed into what you need to provide, because everything depends on data. We say something for AI, context is everything. That is why you have things like RAG, where you need to fetch data on inference. So to look at, are you ready for this? You need to know why you're doing this and the specific thing you want to achieve. And that is going to help you know what exactly you need to provide. and you can now move into the next thing to audit the data you currently have. So for example, you mentioned something like a fraud detection model. And if you are doing something like that, you need to have data of like maybe the proper data points that is going to help you make good analysis on whether something's fraudulent or not. So all that boils into, okay, why are you doing this? Look at what you currently have, the data you currently have right now. Is this something that you can feed into it and get the results you want? And once you have it, you also think about how do you clean up this data, what's the cost of that, and all of that. So those are like the points that I will look at to consider, to look at, are you ready to adopt generative AI in your workflows? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joshua. And one thing I can iterate from his answer is that the reason behind the cause of action helps you to know what process to take. So when building AI, when working with data for an artificial intelligence problem or pipeline or solution, you have to go back to why are you building in the first place. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. So I have a collective question from everybody. So anybody can answer in no particular order. And it's around Africa Data Challenge. And the question goes like this. Africa has a unique data challenge, from infrastructure limitations to diverse regulatory environments across countries. How can organizations build Gen AI-ready data strategies that are both globally competitive and locally compliant? What are the biggest data-related barriers to Gen AI adoption in Africa? Who wants to try first? The biggest data-related barriers to Gen AI adoption in Africa. That's the summary of the question.
Okay, I'll take one part of the question. The biggest two things limit Gen AI adoption. I would say, I think it's actually a global problem when it comes to Gen AI adoption is cost. So Gen AI is an expensive technology because the US government invested $500 billion earlier this year to build one of the largest single data centers in the world called Stargate. And OpenAI has spent hundreds of millions training their ChatGPT model that we all enjoy. But that didn't start today. We're talking about years of millions of dollars of investments. So one of the things that will make, that hinders the growth of Gen AI in Africa, both from the engineering standpoint and from the user adoption standpoint, will be cost. Now, the other thing will also be knowledge barrier, okay? Now, AI is still seen a lot in Nigeria and even in Africa as magic. It looks very mysterious. The truth is that if we don't debunk or we don't continue to make people understand that this is a living, breathing technology, the way you understand that you can make a phone call, the way you understand that you can use your emails, the way you understand all the basic things, AI also falls into that circle. Then that understanding and acceptance will improve the adoption a lot, because whatever you understand, you are ready to work with it and you are ready to improve it and make it better.
All right. So thank you very much. I think that was really wonderful, especially as regards the cost. So I'm going to be mentioning a few things here that I feel everybody can relate to. How many of us here have 24 hours power in our houses? 24 hours. Where do you stay? Where do you stay? So, you're in band A. Even band A sometimes doesn't even have 24 hours power. You'll be shocked that that alone is a very major setback to we even being able to create something proper in Nigeria or even in Africa at large. Now, another one is, I'm going to ask another question, really important, right? How many of us here know where to go if we want to get certain data as regards probably the educational sector or the infrastructure sector, you see, just one person. And I'm not even sure that that data is updated. It's probably from 2010. And so we see that another problem, imagine training an AI with data from 2010. It does not have any bearing on today's problems. And so we see that another problem that Africa uniquely has is that we have a data collection problem. Nobody, sometimes, I see a prompt on my phone. Do you trust that this thing can collect your data? How many of us say yes? We don't. I put no, make them know they track my life. Even down to ads, I don't want it, right? And so we see that those are two major constraints to even developing AI models in Africa or in the country at large. You see, I was discussing with one of my friends recently about there are so many things that we could build, that we could innovate in Africa that we don't have data insights into. Now, so many white people or so many foreign investors come into the country, and the only thing it looks as if they're investing in is fintech. How many of us feel that way? That the only thing it looks as if they're investing in is fintech. Why? Because they don't have insight into data as to the touching points to us as Africans. They don't know. And so I was discussing with him the other day. I said, imagine we have a database, or we have a data collection of different pain points in different sectors. And there is a platform where these investors can come and look at, and then they can delegate different funds to different sectors. We will have diverse innovations in diverse fields. It looks like everything everybody is building now is fintech. Everybody wants to collect per transaction money. And I get it. It's understandable. It makes the best profit, right? But you see that we are not innovating in other areas. Nobody's looking into the real estate sector. Nobody's looking into the educational sector. Nobody's looking into infrastructure, traffics, and every other thing that makes them a better country. And so we see, it looks as if they are innovating more than we are innovating. Not because, of course, I understand that we have limitations when it comes to talents. And so there has to be still that collaboration. But I know that we have the brightest minds here that can also build something like that, right? So we see that data collection is a major problem. And I think one of the ways, like I mentioned in my other answers, was that we have to find a way where we can have federated data collection. We have to, if possible, simulate data that is similar to what we can experience in the real life, at least to start building something. And of course, the government, we need to partner more with the government, because like somebody was asking a question, can we eradicate the elderly ones? We cannot. That's the truth, right? They've moved on from hands-on to governance. That's how it works, even within the workspace. People move on from being hands-on engineers into management, right? And so we see predominantly that there needs to be that collaboration to give permissions to certain bodies to be able to leverage the data that they have. I mean, we have BVN that connects everybody. And so it means that there is data, but the skepticism to releasing this data, which I totally understand as well too. But I think those are major issues that also limit and affect us as a country and as a continent.
All right, Mr. Joshua, do you have anything?
So I got a lot of things from what he said, and I wanted to spotlight something. So, like, there are a couple guys that are building something with voice now. If you know 11 Labs, they are building the version for Africa. It's called Speech AI, SPITCH, in case you want to check it out. And we had a conversation at the event last week, and we were talking about, I was curious, how exactly are you getting the data you're using to train your AI models? And they said, man, scraping YouTube, going the hard way. And I was like, I've tried, I don't want to mention the name of because have you tried these guys? I mean, they have data. They have so many data. It's a telco company, support and all this stuff. People call. You need people that can speak the language, and they are speaking it. These guys are receiving calls every day. It's a very good place to harvest data. And they said they've been trying for 6 months. They've not gotten into the room with a person that can give them the opening conversation. Like 6 months just to get to the same room with the person where you can say, oh, sir, this, we need this data. Is it possible? Maybe you sell it or you partner, we don't even know. They've been trying. This person will say, go here. This person will say, go here. This person. So it's also ourselves doing ourselves. Like, we know you guys have this thing, and it's a very big bank of data. The number of calls that these guys get from every part of Nigeria, people speaking Hausa, Efik, imagine getting that data to train a voice model. They are doing really well with their scraping, but if they have access to that data, it's going to do so much better. Bureaucracy and like getting into the right room, knowing the right person is still a problem in this regard. I don't know how to phrase it in that way. So if those processes can, there's also like data banks. He was talking about where can we get data that are openly accessible. We don't have some of those infrastructure in place. We still have to rely on people that are doing closed things and partnering with them and getting those data from them. So if there are ways that those bureaucratic systems can be, if access can be broken down, maybe it would help us. So that's one of our bigger problem with getting data, and it's a really big pain point. So we need to fix it.
Yeah, thank you so much for your individual insights into this. And I kind of understand the 11 Lab issue because I use 11 Lab a lot. And most times when you go to 11 Lab and you're looking for African voices, you get an African voice, but the intonation is like an Indian voice. Even when you clone your own African voice, there is still some tweaks. So issue that has to do with data sourcing is one of the major challenges that we have in Africa regarding development and innovations with generative AI. Thank you all for that wonderful insight. And I'm going to go to the second round of the questions, and I'll start with you again, Mr. Ewere. And from your experience as Africa's first AWS community hero, which AWS services do you recommend as the foundation for a Gen AI-ready data architecture? How should organizations think about the interplay between services like S3, Redshift, Glue, and SageMaker for their data strategy?
Okay, that's two questions in one again. Can you go over it again, please? The first one.
Yes, so from your experience as AWS community hero, which AWS data services do you recommend as the foundation of Gen AI-ready data architecture?
Okay, hold it there. Okay, I think since the launch of Bedrock last year, it's pretty easy to know what to go with. When you talk about Gen AI and AWS, Amazon Bedrock is just your guy, basically. Bedrock has also expanded into other verticals. So Amazon Bedrock is a service in AWS that houses large language models. They are already there, up and running, and you can use them for text generation, image generation, document summarizing, predictive analysis, everything you need to do. So everything is there on Bedrock. And you have Agent Core, which I spoke about previously, that you can use to build AI agents. So there are different services for AI, but Bedrock is the major service that is designed for Gen AI because the models you need for almost every single implementation of generative content is there on Bedrock. Lastly, video is not something that is talked about a lot. You have models on Bedrock that you can use to generate video content. Second part.
How should organizations think about the interplay between services like S3, Redshift, Glue, and SageMaker for their data strategy?
Okay. When it comes to data strategy, I have experience with some form of data engineering. SageMaker might not really be your major tool. The two major tools for data engineering would be S3, Amazon S3, and AWS Glue. So I mentioned something initially. There are three major operations that happen when it comes to data.
You are extracting data or you are getting it from a source. You are transforming the data. What does it mean to transform? You put it in a format that you want to use it or you want to understand it. Every data you get is always in a raw form, okay? For example, as we are here, we are generating data. This conversation is data. The video is capturing data. By the time the video editors are done for today, they will take this video, they are going to edit this video. Obviously, they are not going to use everything that happened today. That's processing, that's transformation of the data. When someone watches this on YouTube, they are not going to watch the people walking at the back. They won't see those people. So they are going to remove the parts that are not very relevant and present what is relevant because of the value you want to get out of it. That whole operation is what we call data processing, or in data engineering, we call it data transformation, because everybody has what they are looking for in data. Not everybody has what they are looking for, okay? I was talking to someone who was here, who was talking about her interest in health and what she's doing in the health sector in terms of education and schools. If you present cancer data to her and to me, even if both of us want to work with cancer data, what I'm looking for will be totally different from what she's looking for. So the way I am going to process that data, what I'll be looking for is how many people died from cancer. What are the age groups? She might be looking for what are the stages of cancer that are rampant. So you see, what we are looking for in that data is totally different. So the way we are going to process or transform that data is going to be very different. So in the process of data engineering, the transformation part is always the most important part of that operation. Now, when you are done transforming the data, you store the data in a location. So Glue serves as, AWS Glue serves as your extraction and transformation guide. It has so many sub-vertical features that allows you to transform data using a lot of advanced service tools, which I don't want to mention a lot of the names, like Apache Spark and other tools that helps you to take the data, put it in a format that you want. It could be as much as changing it from a CSV to a JSON file, or compressing it from JSON to a package file format to improve speed of processing. So transformation or processing is huge and broad. It's a whole field on its own, and people actually study it for years and years. So data transformation and data analysis is huge on its own. Then you have the loading part, which is storing the data. So it's called ETL, extraction, transformation, and loading, ETL. Now the loading part is, where are you storing this data when you are done transforming into the format you want? How are you storing this data? How are you going to secure this data? How do you ensure you implement disaster recovery in ensuring that when there is a data loss, you have the data in another copy or in another region or in another location? So all this governance that has to do with the operations of data engineering, your AWS Glue and Amazon S3 are the two pillars that can make this dream or this operation successful. And
very much. Thank you so much. So from his answer, we have learned that whenever you think about Gen AI in AWS, you should think Amazon Bedrock. And for data, you have to look at Amazon S3 and use Amazon Glue for ETL and the loading jobs. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm going to go over to you, Mr. Bob. And this is around infrastructure as code and data governance. So with your expertise in infrastructure as code and DevOps automation, how can organizations embed data governance and compliance controls directly into their infrastructure deployment processes? What tools and patterns would work best for this?
I think, like I've mentioned, like in the other ones, other answers I've given, I don't think compliance and governance, please, and if you are just starting off here, or you are just, or you've even started, this is what differentiates you from just someone that watches YouTube videos. And I'm being serious. This differentiates you from Udemy courses, because they are not going to teach you this in any Udemy course. Nobody's going to teach you this in any YouTube video. Everybody just, you see the presentation that Paul came to do here now. He didn't tell you anything about governance and all of those things there. You know, he just went ahead, we use Lex, we use this, we do that. And so, I can bet you that there's no even YouTube video that would tell you this thing. I want to tell you now. You see, when you are building an infrastructure, please have it at the back of your mind that compliance is not optional. It has to be compulsory. So if you need to get yourself familiar with certain compliance frameworks, you know, within that industry that you are building for. If you are in finance, there's a compliance framework for finance. If you are in real estate sector, there's a compliance framework for real estate. If you are in blockchain or AI, there's a compliance framework for that. And so what does a framework contain? A framework contains certain regulations or rules that are expected from your infrastructure when we look at it. And so when we begin to do an audit of your infrastructure, there are certain things that are expected that we get from your infrastructure. Like now, if you are going for an O1B, you know, there are certain expectations that we have for you to look like. Like now, the Muslims are going to be going to pray now. There is an expectation when you are coming in of how you should look like. You should wear your hijab. You should maybe, I don't know, cover yourself up properly, right? So, because without those things, you can't be given access into the mosque, right? And so the same thing also goes for when you are building an infrastructure, especially within the AI space. You see, when you want to go and start making money from it, audits are going to come. And so there are certain things that they will require of your infrastructure. And this is going to also be a defining moment if you are going to pull down the whole infrastructure or you are going to actually optimize it. I've worked in a company where while they were building, you know, they just gathered themselves and then they were just building just to, you know, get their idea out of their head. And they ended up spending double the amount that they were using to run their infrastructure because of so many compliance issues that they did not address from the beginning. Imagine you already having about 400 to 1,000 clients, and then you need to pull down your whole infrastructure because you did not build with compliance in mind. And so it means that as much as you want to keep your business running as usual, you also want to build another infrastructure at the side, which means that you have to pay double money for the same application. And so imagine you are spending about $100,000, I think we are spending about $100,000 per month to run an infrastructure. And then you still have to spend another extra $50,000 to $60,000 for another, you know, because it's sounding like dollars. You people don't realize how much it is in Naira for a Nigerian company. It's a lot of money. I'm not even going to lie. I was just like, they should have employed me from the beginning. This money, let them give me. And so you need to start building with compliance in mind. And there are several, like I said, you have to get familiar with the frameworks that are in place for your industry. You have to start using testing. So you have to take testing really seriously. I know some of us are engineers. We don't really bother about testing. You know, we just want to get our applications from the developer to CI/CD straight to, you know, the clusters or that we are using, and then straight to the clients. So we want to start using policies. There's something called policy as a code. You want to integrate it to your CI/CD pipeline. There's something called the OPA as well, so you want to integrate it. And there's something called Terra Test, especially for infrastructure as a code. So you want to also integrate that as well too. And there are several other policy as a code tools like Cilium, where you can also leverage for also setting policies. And so, but my cry to everybody today is that please, governance and policies and compliance must not be optional. You are here today because you want to get familiar with these things. This is what is going to set you apart to be in certain management meetings. That's why you see some people will be engineers for life. And there are some people that would go from being engineers to being managers. This is what differentiates them. From being managers to being founders, this is what differentiates them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bob. Please, a round of applause like you're already doing. So thank you so much for iterating. I was waiting to hear the part of policy as code because as somebody who is in cybersecurity, I know that as we automate infrastructure deployment with our infrastructure as code tools, we can also automate deployment. Thank you so much. And I have a question for you, Mr. Joshua, and it's around Web 3 and Web 2 data integration. So from your work on payments infrastructure, bridging Web 3 and Web 2, gives you unique insights into data interoperability. How can African businesses think about integrating traditional enterprise data with emerging decentralized data sources for more comprehensive Gen AI models?
Okay, my response to this is not black or white. It depends. So I'm of the opinion that you should only do something when it's necessary, when we feel it's a need, and not because it's cool. Because Web3 for so many people has been cool. It's the new thing, blockchain and stuff. But I'm in the camp that payment is the #1 undeniable use case for Web3, for blockchain, for crypto. And if you've been in that camp, you would know that that's true. Because I can send money to anybody in any part of the world, and I can do it right now, and there's no waiting time, there's nothing, there's just boom, the person receives it. So payments, it's undeniable, and a very good use case for bridging that gap is fraud detection. If you are dealing with payments, one of the things you need to consider is in the compliance run and race is how are you handling fraud detection, AML, and all the stuff. So if there are databases, there are like data sets of addresses, Web3 addresses that have been collected, that fraudulent activities have been noticed on them. Yahoo Boys, there's a bank of all those addresses, that they've suspected to be moving money, and huge numbers of them. So these data sets can be used in part of like whatever you're doing with your fraud detection cycles to help you filter and know that, okay, this money is leaving. Is it going into any of these addresses? If it's going, probably it's most likely will be associated with fraud. But it's kind of hard because the whole idea of Web3 and blockchain is to promote transparency and remove identity from it. So it's not really the easiest thing to do, because you have something that is just a string of words, and the idea behind it is you don't know who is doing what, but you can see what's being done. So it's a really huge dance, but a very good use case, and one I think that is not really just a technical gymnastic where we're just doing it because we can. It can actually solve and help is the fraud detection thing, and is a part to explore. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the fraud detection part, because in as much as we want to have that decentralized environment for payments, that is what Web3 and Web2 are agitating for. We also have to be very wary about issues that has to do with fraud. So thank you so much. I have a general question on data privacy and AI innovation. And the question goes thus: there is often tension between data accessibility for AI training and privacy compliance. How should African organizations navigate the balance, especially when competing globally, while adhering to local regulations? What frameworks or approaches have you seen work well? Anybody can take that maybe briefly in 1 or 2 minutes. You want me to go over the question again?
Okay, let me just start with... So the thing about ChatGPT or whatever model you're using is, when we first started, you would see that there was something called prompt injection, where people were using very crafty prompts to reveal information that you should probably not have access to, like telling ChatGPT to forget whatever the person that wrote that said, oh yeah, do this new thing. And it will obey because it's the new data that's been provided, and there are several things that the systems need to follow, and this is the new information that it will follow. So if you have access to a couple data and push it into a new model to train, or maybe at inference time we RAG, and an unauthorized person or someone that is not supposed to have access to that particular data chats with your model and they do those certain things, they would extract that data. They would extract that thing. And the crazy thing about data is you don't know what 2 and 2 needs to add together for something else to go wrong somewhere. So maybe it's someone's date of birth here with someone's identity here, and then they can access their Facebook account and do something fraudulent. We don't know, right? So the best thing is just to avoid it. So when it comes to accessibility of data, it's always a big concern with if you are using this model, this data to train or to improve your AI models or to do something with Gen AI, how much of the personal identifiable information you are removing from that data before you use it, right? And that is where the circle of compliance is. Where is the limit between I give you my data, if you are using it to train, what elements of that data I'm giving you still identifies me, Joshua, in that data? And that's where the dance is. So it's a really tricky thing, and most of this conversation is trust me, I'm doing it right. And that's why compliance systems are there too, because we will not be able to see this, but the compliance people that are checking it might be able to have access to this thing, and they'll be able to, okay, these guys are doing it right, let's give it to them and all, yeah.
So I think the whole thing here is between data privacy and innovation, all right? I want to say, first of all, one does not have to bend for one, right? So you don't have to sacrifice innovation for data privacy, and you don't have to sacrifice data privacy for innovation. So one of the ways that we are looking at is how the both of them must collaborate, right? And so I said number one thing is to find a way to, if possible, if you can generate synthetic data, like you mentioned PII, there are certain information you cannot, train a model on. Certain personal information, card details, street address, personal details like that. And so you can synthesize those data and use it for your innovation. Another way is to leverage on federated data, where there is collaboration between different data private regulators, right? And so where we can then plug into their system to be able to continue our innovation. Like what he was saying about how they're still waiting 6 months to get into a room where they can use a particular data. You see, that information cannot just be open publicly. So there needs to be a community or a system where we can use those data much more frequently. And then I also think that I feel like these two things would rather help us to innovate better than sacrificing one for another.
Okay. This question doesn't have any positive response, unfortunately, because you guys are trying to dribble the truth. The truth is, most of the data that is in any model you use today was illegally gotten. Whether we like it or not, let's tell ourselves the truth. Because I'm a blogger, I write, and there was a day I was asking ChatGPT a question and it was telling me about my blog. So it's really hard to do AI without some illegality happening somehow, some way. I mean, OpenAI has been dragged, Google has been dragged. The truth is, those people dragging are using the data at the end of the day. We are all enjoying the benefits of it. So, but one thing I think can happen is collaboration, okay? I think collaboration can legalize data access and privacy a lot. So for example, Google bought Android many years ago. Android was an open source project built by some people that wanted to build a mobile operating system. Android was not really designed for phones. It was from the name Android. Android is a type of autonomous robot or some kind of robot. And Google bought Android and used it in mobile devices. Now, when Google acquired Android, everything that has to do with the license, the copyright, the patency of Android came to Google. Now, if you have an AI product to build, okay, and you want to deliver something groundbreaking, say in the financial sector, it's tricky, though, to be very frank with you. You can approach a bank, a tier 1 bank in Nigeria, and say, this is what I want to build. It's very similar to what happened with the fintech space. If you look at the fintech space in Nigeria, we had, I have to mention names, sorry, so that my example will be clearer. We have InterSwitch. InterSwitch has been in the business of payment for a very long time, and card payment. And then you have this group of young guys who came up and said, we need to do something better than what InterSwitch is doing. They still use some InterSwitch and some bank, but in an innovative way to solve a problem. What am I trying to say? If you come up with a solution that a First Bank is going to take up, you will need access to First Bank data to get that solution to work. And when you were filling a form in First Bank, you told them that they should use your data for anything they like. So that protects First Bank and the collaborating business. So these are legal ways it can still happen, in the sense that you can gain access to data, build products, build services. It's kind of a longer journey, though, just like you mentioned about collaboration and not getting response. But that's one of the ways that this can be done. And it's also the ways many innovations have been built. I've given the example of Android. And so many other examples like that where the big businesses look for smaller businesses. I'll give another example. There's this processor in AWS called the Graviton processor. Graviton processor was originally built by an Israeli company in Israel. And AWS sees this processor and say, you know what, I think we like this and we are going to adopt it. So everything that has to do with the information, in quote unquote data, intellectual property, AWS has some right over it, and that's how they've built more affordable, cheaper cloud computing services for the whole world to have access to and use. So I think for the privacy and data access, collaboration will go a long way to legalize that and do it in the proper way. The other route is to do it illegally, which is what is already going on, where people are scraping the internet, which is going to be inevitable because whether we like it or not, OpenAI want to train their model. Google will train their model. Microsoft will train their model. What are they training with? Internet data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my wonderful speakers. That was, I learned a lot. I learned a lot myself from this session. It was very insightful and wonderful, and your answers too, they were top-notch and they were quite educating. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, can we give them a round of applause? Please don't go yet. We have 5 minutes for Q&A. So for our audience that have questions to ask, especially as regards the issue of data in an AI-first pipeline, you can just use, we can take 1 or 2 questions. Okay, second person, I've gotten 1 person. Next question, okay. Osinachi, please, can you give him the mic so he can ask his question? Is anyone available to give him the mic? Yeah, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is God Stover, and my question is, what safeguards are needed to ensure our data, like Africa's data, is not exploited by foreign entities while attracting global investment? You didn't get the question? And the question is for...
Is there anybody in particular? Okay.
Him, actually.
Yeah, Mr. Were.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Please, can you go over the question? I wasn't listening.
So I said, what safeguards are needed to ensure our data, Africa's data, is not exploited by foreigners while needing while seeking or attracting global investments?
Okay, I have two answers for you. I have real life, and I have what you can do. So the truth is, data is a very controversial topic. It's very, very controversial. And from my experience, I have come to learn that it's inevitable. That's the truth. That's the truth. Whatever you say, whatever you try to do, it's almost impossible to... How many of us know the Cambridge Analytica saga? Cambridge Analytica, US election, Facebook, and all the scandal that led to the explosion of GDPR. So it's very, very dicey. But in reality, or what you can do is that, she talked about cybersecurity. We need to have more cybersecurity experts. He talked about compliance. You need to be compliant as a business, more compliant. The more compliant you are, the better you reduce the surface area of attack on your data. Okay? European Union is one of the, should I use the word, most strict continents when it comes to data security. They brought up GDPR and everyone else is copying GDPR. We have NDPR in Nigeria. Kenya has something related to that. The United States is just here and there, although they have something about data protection, but not as stringent as the European Union. Recently, many of the cloud providers, if you go to Europe, there are so many cloud providers in Europe that are not popular. Why? Because Europe does not even trust the United States. So many European companies are empowered to create and start their own data centers so they can keep European data within Europe. That's how far this data war is. Europe was also the last. If you remember earlier this year, when DeepSeek was launched, the whole world went agog. ChatGPT was nonsense. Everybody was jumping to DeepSeek. And then people said, this is China. Let's stay back. Europe was watching. Europe didn't have a choice anymore. And I think mid of this year, France, the European Union, and I can't remember another European country, came together and they are putting in about some hundreds of millions of euros to start building their own AI systems, from data centers to research centers and all. Why is that? Because they have seen that this data thing is more or less inevitable. It's either you beat them or you join them. But one way you can do very well to ensure that you reduce your data from exploitation is basic security standards. Things that should not be on the internet should not be on the internet. I don't want to go into infrastructure architecture, but ensuring that what people should not see, they should not see it. He talked about PII, personal identifiable information, first name, last name, date of birth, phone number, email address, even as an individual, okay? Because it goes beyond businesses. As an individual, are you the kind of person that goes to Cold Stone, you are filling forms? You go to ShopRite, you are filling forms. You go anywhere, you like filling forms. Please don't fill forms anyhow, anywhere. Because you don't know where they are taking your information to. There are some people that randomly get calls a lot. I'm sure you have a friend like that they always call anyhow from nowhere. Most likely that person is not very careful about their data. There's something we call data subject in data compliance. Okay? You are a data subject and you have a responsibility. If you check the NDPR compliance regulation, okay, you have part of the statement is a data subject is responsible for their data security. That means as an individual, you are responsible for ensuring that you give out your data when and how you want it to be given out. And you also have a responsibility to report when your data is being maliciously used. So when it comes to data security, it actually starts from the individual. Okay? Like I said, there are so many companies that want data, from the Cold Stone who wants to send you marketing messages. Because you can fill that form and that person replaces that paper. Who picks up that paper? Who writes out your phone number?
Trust me, it might not be as organized as you think, but you see there are data wranglers. We have them here in Lagos. What do? They pick people's data for social engineering purposes. They have a list of phone numbers and names and email addresses. I've gotten phone calls. Someone will tell me my name, my full first name and last name, my email address, and say, and this is OPay customer service agent, reset your password. Okay? So that's where it starts from. Imagine if your data can be breached locally, not to talk about on the international level. So it starts from you, the data subject, being careful about how your data goes out there. Then for a business, if you are building infrastructure, you are building applications and services, you need to ensure that you follow regulations. You follow things like the AWS well-architected framework. If you go to the security pillar, it gives you guidelines on how to build secure infrastructure to ensure that the data that your application works with is not readily available on the internet. Because when it's available on the internet, someone will definitely scrape it and use it for malicious purposes. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. Please, as they leave the stage, can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for that excellent session. Break. All right, so we'll be going on break for our Muslim brothers and sisters might need to pray. There is a... Okay, you guys have prayed. Oh, I hope you prayed for me, Sha. What do we have next? Okay, from this session, right? So we'll have another round of quiz session, and you know that the first one was wow. The second one will have double wow. So if you are ready, can I see your hand up? All right, please. Can we have the QR code for the next quiz session, please? All right, so let's join the slide though. Princess, I don't want to see you there again. Yemi, I don't want to see you. And what's the second person? Excelos, I don't want to see you. Please, kindly not participate. Please, can the MC participate too?
Thank you. Please, if you participated before, don't even, oh no, if you won, sorry. If you won before, don't try this. Don't bring out your phone. I don't want to see you. If you by mistake win, we will not give you prize. We'll give the next persons. So please scan this so we can start. Are we still having network issues? It is well, though. I hope is it MTN or Airtel?
Oh, Snatch, I want to tell them something that happened. Are you guys listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? I want to tell you guys something that happened just now. So, during the first session in the morning, I was seated in one of the first seats. And I was seated with Engineer Ibrahim, and I didn't know he was the one. Imagine sitting close to my destiny helper. I would have held him. By now, I would have had a check of 500K or so in my bank account. So now, as we are having this game, I want to encourage us all to network. Me, I came here to do for my destiny helper. Oh. I can't wait to drop this mic. So you might be sitting close to your destiny helper. Please, let's try as much as possible to network. You can take pictures, get to know the person sitting close to you, take pictures, post on social media. We have prizes for those that have the highest engagement on social media regarding this event. Your friends should know that you came for this event. So please, you can take pictures or the pictures we've taken already. We post them on social media. And remember our hashtag for today, ATRX AWS GENERATIVE 25. Please, as we are joining in for the game, let's be posting our photos on social media. Thank you very much. Please, are we already in?
To reiterate, there is a prize for the person with the highest engagements. So if your post has more likes or has more views, depending on how we judge it, but whoever has the most engagement will go home with a prize, and it's not a regular prize. Please have it in mind. So, have we all joined?
Please, can we see your hand up if you've joined?
If you've joined, please.
If you are not joined now, bring my phone. No, I serve AWS well. In fact, I will use 2 accounts to carry first, second, and third, and carry all the gift and go home.
So if you've been able to join, please raise up your hand one more time. Okay, I think we have a very good number.
All right, please,
so
can
we
we
can move
start?
to the next screen. Okay, let's see. How many people do we have? Just one person. Okay, it's populating.
Join. Ibrahim, on join, please. Oh, there are a lot of
Ooh,
people.
98 people.
Wow.
Are these the amount of people in the game? That's crazy. You guys should keep joining, please. Keep joining.
121. 124. 126.
Okay, when we get to 130, we
127.
should just start. We should wait. Should we wait or should we start? Should we wait or should we start?
Come.
I mean, what? Wait, start. Okay, 140 will start. 140 will start. 140 will start. Oh yeah, start. Next. Name one way AWS ensures responsible AI practices in GenAI offerings. This is a technical question.
Do you want answer?
Which one would I choose? Okay, I think I have my answer. It's like host should be part of this thing. No, I don't know. I want to win prize too. Okay.
Wow.
Yes. You guys are smart. That's very cool. Giving away free GPUs. Why did nobody pick this one? Next question. A hospital wants an AI system to summarize patient records quickly. Which AWS service can achieve this? Summarize patient records quickly.
Is that really technical? The answer is... Answer it yourself.
Let's see the ones that they picked first.
Wow.
And the answer is correct.
We have a lot of AWS pros
69
in class.
people. 69% of people, sorry. Okay, we can move on to the next one.
People are still joining. 148.
How can GenAI help organizations reduce operational costs? By replacing the internet. By eliminating all employees. You guys are smart, so I'm very surprised though. These are very technical questions. That's amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause first. Next question. What's the biggest challenge companies face when adopting GenAI? Lack of data, high costs, security concerns, all of the above. Oh, the bags are here. Okay. And there's what? Correct. Okay, next question. Generative AI can only generate text. True or false? True or false?
True.
False. True. Which one is it?
Answer it there.
And the answer is false. Next question. Digital transformation is only about technology adoption. It's a very nuanced question. Yeah. Yes. I expected this answer, but it's false. There's also cultural fits, like when you're adopting, how will your organization accept what you're adopting? So, training them as well. So, yeah, there are so many aspects to digital transformation. Next question. What role does data governance play in scaling AI? We spoke about this a lot today. Remember, this is fastest finger, so if you're not quick enough to answer, you might not even see your name on the leaderboard. Okay. And the answer is okay.
Oh, intelligent people. Una sabi.
Next question. AI in healthcare can assist with drug discovery and personalized treatment. True or false? Are you sure it's not false? Okay. Oh. Yes, next question. AWS Comprehend is used for image recognition.
Don't fail this question. No, it came before. Oh.
If anybody fails this question, we'll flog you. Flog you like it's an understatement for what you do to you.
Flog, no food.
Okay, yes. We'll be watching you when you're going to pick food.
Wait.
Is there any way to find out the people that chose that 21%? We must find you. What's the next answer? Ha! How? That's crazy. Oh. Next question. Which of these is a key benefit of Gen AI for businesses? Key benefits. Automating routine tasks, generating creative content.
This is a repeated question too.
Improving
Please
customer
don't fail.
engagement. Some people are praying for you to fail. If you fail, now you know. I'm here in prayer here. People are saying people should fail.
94%.
Next question. Which of the following best describes a foundation model in generative AI? A model trained for a single narrow task, a large pre-trained model adaptable for multiple use cases, data storage system, and serverless compute platform. Okay. Yes. And the answer is yes. So next question. Which AWS service would you pair with Bedrock to build a conversational chatbot with speech recognition? During the demo, people that were here for the demo, you should be able to answer this question perfectly. I'm even giving you hints. Who is this? Like, I wish we could see the people that are answering these questions so we can shame them. So next question. What is a major cost consideration when deploying large language models to the cloud? This is a technical question.
And as we are answering, let's remember that Authorite Integrated Service is offering $5,000 credits for us builders here who wants to take what we have learned today and materialize around it. So if you want to start building with AWS, you can always come back to us. Thank you very much.
Awesome, you guys. That's very good. Next question. In marketing, which task can Gen AI not reliably replace? Not reliably replace. Reliably. Let's see what you guys picked. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next question. What's the common risk of using Gen AI in enterprises? What is the common risk? This is like, which exam will I use to, is it civic? All the answers are kind of correct.
The answer is number 2, though.
Yes, that's the correct answer. But lack of cloud compatibility is also a very good answer too. No need for human involvement. Next question. Which industry could leverage Gen AI to generate realistic training simulations for employees? Realistic training simulations. To be fair, all of this can be used, like, you can use Gen AI to generate reality training simulations for all of them. No, yeah. Think about it. For agriculture, mining, and hospitality. It's just that this one is like the most, like, aligned with the question. So some of these questions they are somehow, but yeah. This one is the correct one. Next question. Which AWS service can automatically monitor and detect anomalies for ML Gen AI model predictions? This one is actually hard.
Monitor and detect anomalies. Just bring, let me give you idea, Sha. Should I die?
No! Don't give them.
Amazon Guard Duty, no?
No, Guard Duty is not used for, That's why it's good to AWS. AWS has so many services. Don't worry, it's not your fault. I will not shame you for this one. What's the answer? Yes.
What about Amazon Looker for
Amazon has so
physical?
many services. It's not your fault if you failed it. I can discount this one for you. Don't worry. Next. It doesn't even look like it's a real service. What is the retrieval augmented generation RAG approach in Gen AI? So I will explain this well. Okay. That's great. That's the answer. Yes, next question. We are about to be done. In AWS, which database service could store contextual enterprise data that Gen AI queries during RAG workflows? You can also use S3 though. Let's make it in the mic. And the answer is okay, all of the above. By the way, AWS recently released S3 vectors. So you can store your vector database on S3 with S3 vectors, sorry. So next question. Which AWS service helps orchestrate workflows when combining Gen AI with multiple microservices? This is a very, very, very... If you know AWS well, you'll be able to answer this question. Why are we reducing the number? Okay, we are increasing back. Are you guys having network issues? Oh, so sorry. Because I'm noticing that the number is dwindling and increasing back. Oh, it's autoscale. Oh.
All right. Please, can we all
Step
get
functions.
seated? Souvenirs are going round, please, and it is only for those who are seated. Please, if you don't have a seat,
can
you find a seat to be on so you can be able to get your thank you for coming souvenir. And please, I want to see it on social media. It's not easy to have an event these days and you're going home with something this
Actually,
worthy.
so snap and post on social media.
So-
Tell people that didn't come for this event so that they can be feeling bad that you got this and they didn't. So
Yeah.
Next question. Okay, that's the last question. Okay. So time to see who won. Next. Sheido. Who is Sheido? Who Clap for him as he
A
comes
round
on
of
stage.
applause for Mr. Somti, please, can you come to the stage? Please.
Please clap for him. You did not win and you don't want to clap for the person that won. Clap, oh. Sheido. That's how to pronounce it, right? Seido. Oh, Seido. Okay. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
I'm a 200 level computer science student in LASU, and I do graphic design, I do motion design as well, and I am a learning back-end developer. I mean, aspiring to be a full-stack developer.
And you answered all those AWS questions without...
I know quite a thing about
AWS. That's very cool. Please give me another round of applause.
The last time I think I was...
Please, another round of applause for him. Seido. So, we are giving Hajara. Hajara, where's Hajara?
Wow.
Please, clap for her, clap for her. Our first girl, actually. Okay, there was someone. Okay, yeah, that's true, sorry.
Hajara, please, can we meet you?
Yes. Hi, guys. My name is Abdusalam Ajara. I'm a student of Lagos State University.
So what do you do?
I'm studying medical physiology.
Okay. Do you do anything like...
Yeah, I'm just into tech. I find it very fascinating.
Awesome.
That's why I just show interest in it.
Please, another round of applause for her, please. It's not easy. Now clap for her. It's not easy. Thank you so much. So the next person is Mubarak Adeleke. In the same room, please clap for him. They were copying, you know.
You copy? Is it copy?
So what?
Can we meet you, please?
All right. My name is Mubarak Adeleke. I'm a student at Lagos State University, studying mathematics. I am a product designer, and this is my first time learning about the AWS. Yeah.
Wow, please clap for him. Please clap for him. Please clap for him. Another round of applause for all our winners. Please give them a large round of applause. Yes.
Yeah, so before we close, we're going to have a closing remark from our amiable CEO, who is already on stage. And when he's done, please don't leave immediately. We have refreshments for you at the back. But before then, we're going to have pictures with everybody who came for this event. So please, those who are at the side of the stage, you come first. Yes, so you just come to this part of the stage so we can have a picture, then followed by the people in the second part of the hall, and then the people at the side of the hall. So please, Mr. Somti, thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you so much to please, round of applause for our MCs. They have been doing a good job. Thank you all for sitting to the end of the event. It's been our pleasure hosting you. You know, it's not easy to get everybody to sit down from 10 o'clock to something 3 p.m. So we also appreciate you, and a round of applause for yourselves. So I think that you have listened to various speakers, listened to through a lot of both of the panel sessions, listened to demos, and we still have more. Please don't be in a hurry to go. We have refreshments. Then you can go from booth to booth, ask questions, explore, witness, play games before you leave. So please, try as much as possible to pick up 1 or 2 or 3 things from what the speakers have said. From Awere to a lot of other people that have spoken, you definitely should have been impacted with something. Please don't let it go. Continue to build on it. Continue to explore. Continue to research. Continue to ask questions. And definitely by this time again, next time that we are hosting our event, you'll be better off for it. So I think that we should do the group picture.
All right, please, can we have those at the first row come through now, please?
If you have not collected if you have collected souvenir, please stand up. If you have not, just sit down so that
It can get to you.
it can get to you.
The faster we are, the earlier we go to food. Yeah, because I like that food part. We have to eat. I will eat now, so you have energy to go now.
So if you've gotten your souvenir, please come forward so we can take the picture as quickly as possible. So we can move to food because that's what's on my mind like right now. Like, please, you can come forward. Please, come forward if you've gotten your souvenir.
Please don't be shy. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Everyone on this row, if you've gotten your souvenir, just come forward, please.
Don't be shy.
Please, just come forward. Come forward. Please. Thank you. Just move forward to the front of the stage so we can all take pictures, please. Thank you. Some people can stay up so we don't yes, people are this. No, you can't go.
Anything you say, baby, you'll find out your excellence. You know excellence. Nigga, check on this track like thunder. Nigga, come, nigga, jam your bumper. This is me lick it in front of my honor. I'm gonna collect my long anaconda. Nigga, check on this track like thunder. Nigga, follow you from back like a Honda. I'm gonna collect my long anaconda. This is me lick it in front of my
I think we are done.
I'm leaking now, I'm in military. And the crazy place, kitty. How many millimeters, man? Fat drop your delicious show. Gentility, oh she's stupidity. Me like a sweet pastor on my baby, oh. Back it tell me up on my baby, oh. Got the face like a choro, baby, oh. Condition like a roro, baby, oh. Maybe like a fine arts, baby, oh. Oh, yeah, come make a draw your body, oh.
Okay, so we are going to. Are we ready? So I'll count 1, 2, 3. We'll shout Gen AI. So let's go. No, let's test first. Let's test. So 1, 2, 3. Gen AI. So let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you all.
People in the middle row now, please come forward. People in the middle row, please come forward. Or middle column. People in the middle row, please come forward.
So make nobody para. Say I carry woman. She think a man way I for carry. Fuck all the rumors. I mean, when I talk, say.
Cameraman, can you get people on these two sides? Are you getting them? Okay, awesome.
Okay, please. The people that have taken picture, please, you can line up for food. Please, if you know that you have taken picture and you're on this row, please, you can proceed and get your food. Please, you can proceed and get your food. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? So this group now, we are going to say Authorite and AWS 2025. So let's do that. Let's practice now. Look at the camera there. So 1, 2, ready, go. Authorite. No. Some people they do mouth. Some people they do mouth. Authorite AWS 2025. Let's go. 1. Then the final one. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Now for the final people on my right. People on my right, come forward.
Clean like a religious song. Alhamdulillah, in God I trust. Headed for the street, they cannot talk. Don't be choice, I could line up. Me, I know the clean like Donald Trump. Solo Mackin' General Solo Mackin'.
Please come forward if you are on the right row.
You know my style in a follow come. And I'm not gonna lie, they follow small. And you talk, say I no show love. Do I look like I give a fuck?
Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like I give a fuck? I don't give a shot of a toast. Do I look like I give a fuck? Do I look like
please, the last session, please come.
Like I give a fuck?
Please,
I don't give a shot of a toast. Do I look like I give a fuck?
Yeah. Baby, drop my money, oh, that baby in charge. Selfish, shake them for me, oh, we go on somebody's charge.
Okay, please, this last row, they have gone to eat, oh.
Please, center row, please. Come back to your seat so that the people in the center row, please come back. Come back so that we can make it less rowdy, please. And you can also check out the booths along the side. You don't have to go to it right now, please. So that we can make that place less rowdy as we can, please. Thank you.
Please, if you have not taken a picture, please just come.
With the big machine, your girlfriend wanna
I think we are
suck my team, but not be that kind of happy. If I pass smoke, give you one, you not pass, that me say dog cast, no last chance. Dog cast, you dog cast, you dog. He dog cast, he dog cast, he dog cast, say he dog cast, he dog cast, you he dog cast, he dog cast, he dog cast.
Are you ready? So for this group, we are going to shout Next Gen Intelligence. Next practice. 1, 2, go. No. Let's be loud. 1, 2, go. Next Gen Intelligence. 1, 2, go. Thank you all.
Please, center row and final row. Please don't go to get food yet. Please come back. The food is enough for everybody. Please come back. Please come back. Come back so that if people on the left can get food, then we do it in an orderly fashion where the others go after them.
My man is surprised. The way they perform, the pass. The pass. The way they put the pass, what the fuck are you talking about? The perform, the pass. Bring my land, make us up, drag, no too much stuff.
Please, people in the center row, come back so we can make it less rowdy. There's enough food. There's no need for rush. Please, come back to your seats. Please. People on the right too. People on my right, come back to your seats as well. Thank you.
Eat you, but not a cannibal. Like an animal.
In the meantime, rather than going for food, you can visit the booths. There are many displays that you can attend to. Please, that place at the back is too rowdy. Please, if you're on the center row or on this row on the right, please come back to your seats. Then the speakers.
Lókè la mama lọ. Blessings of blessings. If you get the woman, make you hold her tight. Cause if she come outside, he's gone. Nobody worry me, Joe. And I want to jai it down. Damn street, Louis Vuitton. Move better helicopter, gunning. Shout out to my money. Young forever, Lomona. The only thing I want is cash and alafia. Oh no, disconnect. Yeah, I don't disconnect. Anybody who ain't no line, bad belly they one side. I did thank God I survived. Multi disconnect. Yeah, I don't disconnect. Anybody who ain't no line, bad belly they one side. I did thank God I survived. Survival.
Automatic accelerate and I'm on the way to you. I be like Uber right now. And I saw it. Only when I saw it, yo. Oh, yeah. Monica says she no fit to cash roll fucking up. Say if I put my tongue for a mouth, it go down to laughing up. But I no get time for relationship, I'm working up. I'm a busy working man. She tell me Bella ma. You they play with my heart like you Messi, triple Benzema. You no go disregard my hand or decline my cellular. If you want to live, it's fine. I wish you well. And I'ma wish you well. Yo. Ordinary kiss I kiss. Ordinary touch I touch. Ordinary hold your waist. They make your body stimulate. Ordinary kiss I kiss. Ordinary touch I touch. Ordinary hold your waist. They make your heart they oscillate.
Okay.
boost my confidence. My cocaine, my heart desire, give me happiness. I know desire, cause you give me ginger for the time. You're my true lover, my mommy water, give me happiness. Oh yeah, the pantas, 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 the pantas. Sometimes on the shuffle, my nigga, stop drinking, babe. Tequila don't they hit me for leaving. It's like the indica, it is sativa. The time that I smoke, this girl's been looking like white materials. Is it this or that? If I seek, I find how I feel inside. I will let you know. I am super high, I can feel my eyes. They say love is dying, but I can't see you. Oh yeah, the pantas, 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 the
Me and my chica, they chill with the sakpa. I'm bukata, but for the matter. Eruku, gone for the zanga. Now the music, now you give me liberty. Call it freedom, I dey fuck life. Me walk on down, and I go chop, I'm still the kingdom come. I do well, do money, I do well for the now you give me the package, so make nobody come de booba. When I do titi kati, they dancing, they juice you. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Bá mi kọrin o, bá mi kí Ọlọ́run, àmúra kásá mi kò sí, ajé ọ̀nkóló sí, mo jẹ́ lọ, mo ti jẹ́ lọ.
I'm losing focus, I'm feeling so lost.
Hello everyone, please can you guys look towards the MC? Please look at me small now. Yes, so we have different booths here. If the queue for the food is too much, you can go to different booths. We have virtual reality booth there, it's empty. We have a mini robot booth here, it's empty as well. We have an AWS booth here. We have the DD building booth here. Please, there are a lot of things, there are a lot of games and experiences you can get in the booth. So I advise us to let us try those booths. They came here because of us. So let's leverage the fact that we are seeing them here and play around. Thank you very much.
Blocking for all of the girls with my way. Only you did my way. Only you bump my data. Oh no. Oh no, 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 yeah. So I tell all of those I see them later. And because of you, I spend my paper. I don't know only you did for my data. For my data. You're the only fine girl that I know.
bá broke on my side, on my jackpot. To bá broke on my back, on the work. To bá broke on my side, on the socket. To bá down on my jack, on the jacket. Láti kò lọ sún my ya. I want girls on my lap, yo. I want nigga on my lap, yo. I want mommy on my lap, yo. I want nigga on my lap, yo. I want girls on my lap, I want niggas on my lap, yo. I want girls on my lap, yo. I want niggas on my lap, yo. I need the body, I need my mom back. Because I turned down, they say I use jazz. If I need the body, I need my mom back. Because I turned down, they say I use jazz. I need my mom back.
When I fall in, squad they coordinate. No evidence, no explain. I say when I fall in, oh my God, that is so unfortunate. Why you call it? Many the para for president. You know if you explain without evidence. When evidence there, then you make it sense. Lesson learned is a lesson learned. You know if you sort my intelligence.
Hello everyone.
Use me play, put in your hand, you go.
Hello everyone. Please, the booth is not where we eat. When we want to eat, we'll come to our seats and eat there. The booth is strictly for game, please. Thank you.
Ego bloody say. I don't this on this. I don't this on this. That day my body watch your mouth on ego bloody say.
One day on the Sunday, me and my guys we on the fast lane. I dey on polo and we're talking for no money for my own. I want to say I sack police from a distance. Young man, come down from this car. I did try give my guys signal. Office number one, where are your papers? One claim my rights. He give me slap. Officer, what is this all about? Try to explain, but he not give me chance. Shut up, Mr. Man, you are a criminal. Oh, falala. Pull up in my ya. That they meet me, they know I understand anything. We so sira. Oh, falala. Pull up in my ya. That they meet me, they know I understand anything. We so sira. Oh, falala. Pull up in my ya. That they meet me, they know I understand anything. We so sira. Oh, falala. Pull up in my ya. That they meet me, they know I understand anything. We so I was a Pablo Casda, checkpoint, the defenders from my pockets. Officer, wait, I'm not a smoker, how come your eyes are so red? But anyways, put hands for pocket, just nothing for the boys. It's a Pablo Mazda event, the family comes my address. We in the club, popping up, borrow shit, taking photos, I was out. Had to airport at that in our lips and looking at me, see that's fat. I like older women, I like carry big twin. Influencer, we like big brick. No sense, face it only fans login. Introverts, what they call it, premium brick. Give me a kind of shift on enter now, bear pants now, let me shift on mission now, in position, cause I flip my back and I start to the poker. Don't stop me, go. One floor, me, go, say. So be sure, says I no do. Quick, start, drop, say. Don't stop me, go. One floor, me, go, say. So be sure, says I no do. Quick, start, tell me, wet on me, wet on me, the shit has leaking my lolo.
Rock.
But I gonna gon' kill myself outside this so cold. And I gonna need your ginger, brother me. I did for you and you did for me. No be today you dey cover me. Even though we don't see on a regular, I dey with you, my brother. Cash out my shame, we share the money. Everybody is a winner, man. Out there need open explanation. I'm on no foot for a lazy man. I dey for you and you dey for me. No be today you dey cover me. Even though we don't see on a regular, I dey with you, my brother. Go, Lamborghini, yellow Bugatti, me I can't lie, better life than my pay. Everything nice and everything good. All who are blessed, everything that we do. You know, I live for you, you live for me.
shame, we share the money. Everybody is a winner, man. Out there, need open explanation. I'm on no food for a lazy man. I dey for you and you dey for me. No be today, you dey cover me. Even though we don't see on the regular, I dey with my brother. Go, I don't go.
Modernization, chicken from any pressure, street orientation. Modernization, funny pressure. Sharp rubber, my nigga sharp rubber. Cover face like Badger. Get feel like but we don't take up. Sit up boys them tap. Pass all the shit rababa. My ego rababa. Feeling good banana. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me. Music don't need permission to enter your spirit. Yeah. Anyway, anyhow, you know say you go feel me.
I live in like no other. You want ya na quachu, nyapi to power live. I don't need talk and you go no feeling good parana.
If you know, you know. What if you don't know? You know.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. Big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know. How much is money?
It's nothing.
Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know.
Now you know.
Now you know. Forget what they know. Luxury or nothing. Money is talking. Money is talking. Blessings some blessings. Forget what they know them. Yes. How much is money? Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them.
Wakalanya mwaka kwa mani ikoloja. Imakwala ude mba. Olo. Okweke mebugo m ife. Okwanya ka mụ ji kwechili. Si na anyị ga-afụsi isi ya. Eji amaka na ikoloja. Imakwala ude mba. Ahe. Agba aka achọ mma ọnụ oyibo na-adị mba. Ọchọ mma jidekwa ego. Ọchọ mma jidekwa ife. Ị nụrụ ka mmọnwụ na-ebo iyi. Ezi oyibo na-atụ ego. Ahe. Aka ọma jide ego ife agbụrụ na-adị. Ọ bụ asị ka mụ na-asị. Nnukwu mmọnwụ na-ebo iyi. Olo.
One time, ladies and gentlemen, you already know something about BME on the MICC right now. You already know we about to jump right now. We about to vibe right now. We about to get on the moon, then you know that vibe. Turn up, yeah, boo. You already know. That's how we play, baby. That's how we roll, baby. Turn up in the road, come on, yeah. Yo, DJ, what we do? You already know, let's go.
Every day, vibes on every day.
You already know my vibe.
Every day, vibes on every day.
Turn up.
Every day, vibes on every day.
That's how we roll, baby.
Every day, vibes on every day.
Come on, let's go. Yeah.
Samboy Camille.
We up now.
Samboy Camille.
You already know, pull up on the vibe. Turn up.
Samboy Camille. Samboy Camille.
Right now, let's pull up, come on now, say, get the lead, 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 get the lead.
It don't bust zero money for the account. Every day mad beats for the baka. Good get with the carry code on waka. Always disappoint like a maca. I was your net. Have you eaten? No, my love, after eating. Call my side, let me feed you protein. If you not eat something, I'll be angry. And she come, no rush. Bring my spark, I roll up. Straight to the point, she say she wants suck, but on no number, why they interrupt? 6 hours, I still take caution. Our lights are up, there's some places you can't touch. Divide and let to give her head, mathematics fraction. I not to get what's on mark, but that's the ration. Say, oh my God, see that big pum bada. She say, make her offline, say she like it when it's dark. I say, oh my God, see that big pum bada. She say, make her offline, say she like it when it's dark. I say, I steady the knock. I steady the knock. I bena si bena. Kalakuta slaka. I steady the knock. I steady the knock. I bena si bena. Kalakuta slaka.
Cause see traffic, you know I dey my lane. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Oh, le Bugami, Iyami. Me then give me space. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Only me. Go handle all the bills, only me. I don't pay my dues, only me. Now I don't want use love kill, only me, only me, only me, only me, only me. I let down my son, only me. I like it all, Lord, only me. Euphoria all day, only me, only me, only me. I'm losing sleep over nobody. I go alone, taking no baggage. See my life, me a two package. If you pull, but you collect that damage, collect that damage. I'm Miami garbage. I put the work and now so like a savage. The ones you love, but let's wanna take advantage. Let me alright, go safe, automatic, go see traffic, you know I dey my lane. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy. Oh, le Bugami, Iyami. Me then give me space. I'm classy, Joe. I'm classy.
Rock. Go home, but I gonna come kill myself. Outside is so cold, and I gonna need your ginger, brother me. I did for you and you did for me. No be today you dey cover me. Even though we don't see on a regular, I dey with you, my brother. Cash out my shame, we share the money. Everybody is a man. Out any robo explanation. I'm on no foot for a lazy man. I did for you and you did for me. No they cover me. Even though we don't see on a regular, I deal with my brother. Go, I don't go.
Fly you around the world, Maldives and Torini. When you find Versace, I love you, you're my key. Even if now I'm granted, I go still love you, my one day. Follow Bomba, go Bomba, I go be your defender. When I lose my breath, baby, would you be my healer? Too many things I don't realize. When I'm with you, I dey fantasize. So would you be my only lover? When I'm with you, I'm alive. Me, I don't mind like Babu.
Check.
Go, I don't go. My brother nobody for jungle, no. Nobody go help if you struggle, no. I say so many things that you don't know. When it's up, you go see them all. When they finish them, go say my name is Show. When them they sleep, me I know they sleep at the shisha. But take my more shaking the well. No, I have it not go to a show. Got the AC. Now your doings make me the shock well. We move up when I real fell. And why you the para one bottle, Amara 2 bottles. So one TV bottles, our mash 10 bottles. Franklin Benjamin.
Hello, DJ. Thank you. Hello everyone. Please, we have someone here in the room who is looking for his phone, right? She's a female. Infinix Hot what? 30i. Please, if you are able to help us to see or you mistakenly found it, kindly come forward to the stage and give it back. Thank you.